The cupboard under the stairs had become Harry Potter's entire world by the time he turned 8, and on this particular Tuesday morning in July, it felt more like a tomb than a bedroom. The familiar scent of dust and old cleaning supplies mixed with something sharper, something that made his empty stomach clench with a pain that had nothing to do with hunger. Vernon Dursley's thunderous voice still echoed from the kitchen above, each word a hammer blow against Harry's already throbbing skull. 3 days. 3 days since the incident at school, and 3 days since he had tasted anything more substantial than tap water sipped from cupped hands in the downstairs loo when the Dursleys weren't watching. The incident, as Aunt Petunia had called it, with that particular blend of disgust and terror she reserved for anything remotely unusual, had been nothing more than Harry's hair growing back overnight after she had taken scissors to it in a fit of rage. But to the Dursleys, it might as well have been him setting the house ablaze. Harry shifted against the thin blanket that served as his mattress, every movement sending fresh waves of dizziness through his small frame. His clothes hung loose on his 8-year-old body, hand-me-downs from Dudley that had been too large even before the latest punishment began. Now they seemed to swallow him entirely, making him feel smaller and more insignificant than ever. The darkness of the cupboard had always been absolute, a thick black that seemed to press against his eyes and make him question whether they were open or closed. But as Harry lay there, weak from hunger and thirst, something began to change. At first he thought it was merely the effect of starvation, the way spots of light sometimes danced behind his eyelids when he was particularly dizzy. But these lights were different. They pulsed with a rhythm that seemed to match his heartbeat, growing stronger rather than fading away. Golden threads, gossamer thin and luminescent, began to materialize in his vision. They writhed and twisted through the air around him, some bright and vibrant, others dim and flickering like candle flames in a draught. Harry blinked hard, rubbing his eyes with the backs of his hands, certain that his mind was finally succumbing to the effects of his punishment. But the lights persisted, becoming clearer and more defined with each passing moment. The threads weren't random. As Harry watched with growing fascination and terror, he realized they formed patterns, connecting to points throughout his body in ways that felt both foreign and intimately familiar. Some of the golden strands seemed to originate from somewhere deep in his chest, spreading outward like the roots of an enormous tree. But others, darker and heavier, wound around those golden threads like chains, binding them, constraining them, choking the light from them. Harry sat up slowly, his head spinning from the sudden movement, but his eyes remained fixed on the impossible sight before him. The binding threads weren't natural. Even in his weakened state, even with his limited understanding of the world, he could sense that these dark constraints were artificial, imposed rather than grown. They pulsed with a different rhythm than the golden ones, a rhythm that felt cold and calculating where the others felt warm and alive. As if responding to his attention, the golden threads began to struggle against their bonds with renewed vigor. The brighter they grew, the more the dark bindings seemed to tighten, creating a battle that Harry could feel as much as see. Pain lanced through his chest and temples, but underneath it was something else, something that felt like power trying to break free. The sound of heavy footsteps on the stairs above made Harry freeze. Uncle Vernon's distinctive tread, each step a statement of ownership and authority over everything in this house, including Harry himself. The lights dimmed slightly, as if even this strange new sight was cowed by Vernon Dursley's presence. "Boy," Vernon's voice carried through the cupboard door like a physical blow. "You'd better not be making any of your freakishness in there. Mrs. Figg called again, asking after you. Told her you were visiting relatives up north. If you make me out to be a liar—" The threat hung in the air, unfinished but perfectly clear. Harry pressed himself back against the far wall of the cupboard, making himself as small as possible. But the golden threads seemed to have other ideas. The more afraid he became, the brighter they glowed, and the more violently they strained against their bonds. "I'm not doing anything, Uncle Vernon," Harry whispered, his voice hoarse from disuse and dehydration. "I promise." "You'd better not be. And what's this about lights under the door? Petunia swears she saw something flickering down here last night." Harry's blood turned to ice water in his veins. The lights. They could see the lights. Somehow, impossibly, the strange golden threads weren't just visible to him. Panic rose in his throat like bile, and with it, the threads blazed brighter than ever. One of the dark bindings seemed to strain and stretch, and for a moment Harry thought it might actually snap. "There aren't any lights, Uncle Vernon. It's completely dark in here." The lie came easily, born of years of practice and the desperate need to avoid another beating. But even as he spoke, Harry could see the golden threads responding to his words, pulsing with what felt disturbingly like approval. These lights, whatever they were, seemed to understand the necessity of deception. Vernon's footsteps moved closer to the door, and Harry heard the distinct sound of the multiple locks being engaged. 7 deadbolts, installed after the first few times Harry had somehow managed to escape from the cupboard, despite locked doors. The Dursleys had never been able to explain how a malnourished 6-year-old had managed such feats, but they had certainly taken steps to ensure it never happened again. "You stay put, freak. Dudley's got his swimming lesson this afternoon, and if you so much as breathe loud enough for the neighbours to hear, there'll be consequences." The footsteps retreated, but the menace of Vernon's presence lingered like smoke in the air. Harry waited until he was certain his uncle had returned to the kitchen before allowing himself to focus once again on the impossible sight before him. The golden threads were definitely magical. The word came to him with startling clarity, as if it had always been waiting in some locked corner of his mind for the right moment to emerge. Magic. That was what the threads represented, what they carried and conducted throughout his body. And the dark bindings wrapped around them weren't just constraints, they were spells, deliberate and methodical in their construction. Harry raised one trembling hand toward the brightest cluster of threads, the ones that seemed to emerge from somewhere near his heart. The moment his fingers came close to touching them, the entire network exploded into brilliant light. Pain shot through every nerve in his body, but underneath it was something extraordinary. Power, raw, unlimited power, that had been dammed up and held back for so long that its sudden surge felt like drowning in reverse. The dark bindings reacted instantly, tightening like garrots around the golden threads. The power was choked off as quickly as it had appeared, leaving Harry gasping and shaking on the floor of his cupboard. But the brief taste had been enough. He understood now what was being done to him, even if he didn't yet understand why. Someone had tied up his magic. Someone had deliberately and systematically bound every thread of power in his body, creating a cage that kept his abilities locked away. The question that burned in his mind as he lay there recovering was not how such a thing was possible, but who had done it, and why. Harry's eyes closed, but the golden threads remained visible even through his eyelids, burned into his consciousness like the afterimage of staring too long at the sun. Sleep, when it finally came, was filled with dreams of chains breaking and lights blazing free. In those dreams, he was not Harry Potter, the unwanted freak who lived in a cupboard. He was something else entirely, something powerful and unafraid. But dreams, Harry had learned, were dangerous things in the Dursley household. They gave you hope, and hope only made the reality of waking up that much more painful. When consciousness returned several hours later, the house above was silent, in the way that meant the Dursleys had gone out for one of their family excursions. These trips never included Harry, of course, but they provided blessed hours of peace where he didn't have to monitor every breath and heartbeat for fear of making too much noise. The golden threads were still there, still visible, still straining against their bonds. But now Harry found he could focus on individual strands, examining them with a clarity that seemed impossible for an 8-year-old child locked in a cupboard. Some of the threads were thicker than others, pulsing with more intense light. Others flickered weakly, as if they were on the verge of being snuffed out entirely by the weight of their constraints. One thread in particular drew his attention. Unlike the others, which seemed to originate from his chest or head, this one came from somewhere deeper, somewhere that felt ancient and profound. It was also the most heavily bound, wrapped in so many layers of dark constraint that its light was barely visible. But what light remained was different from the rest. Where the other threads glowed golden, this one pulsed with colors that shifted and changed, sometimes silver, sometimes deep emerald, sometimes a red so dark it was almost black. Harry reached toward this thread with careful fingers, but stopped just short of touching it. The memory of the pain from his earlier attempt was still fresh, and something about this particular strand felt even more dangerous than the rest. Power radiated from it in waves that made his teeth ache and his vision blur at the edges. The sound of a car door slamming in the driveway made him jerk his hand back and scramble into the corner of the cupboard. The Dursleys had returned, and from the sound of Dudley's whining voice, the swimming lesson had not gone according to plan. "But I want ice cream now, Daddy. You promised." "Dudders will get his ice cream, sweetheart. Mummy just needs to check on something first." Aunt Petunia's voice carried that particular tone she used when discussing Harry, a mixture of obligation and revulsion that had colored most of his conscious memory. Footsteps approached the cupboard, and Harry quickly closed his eyes, feigning sleep. The multiple locks disengaged one by one, and then the door opened, flooding his small space with harsh afternoon light. "Still alive, then?" Petunia observed, with what might have been disappointment. "Vernon was certain you'd—" Well, never mind what Vernon thought. Harry kept his breathing slow and even, maintaining the pretense of unconsciousness. Through barely cracked eyelids, he could see his aunt's sharp features silhouetted against the hallway light. But he could also see something else now, something that made his heart race with a mixture of fear and fascination. Petunia had threads, too. Not many, and certainly not as bright or numerous as his own, but there were definitely golden strands winding through her body. Most were dim and neglected, as if they hadn't been used in years, but they were there. And more importantly, there was a connection between her threads and his, a thin golden line that stretched from her chest to his, pulsing with a rhythm that felt familiar, yet wrong. "Lily's blood," Petunia whispered, so quietly that Harry almost missed it. Still protecting the little freak after all these years. The name hit Harry like a physical blow. Lily. His mother's name was Lily, and somehow Aunt Petunia's magic was connected to hers, connected to him through bonds that looked nothing like the constraining chains wrapped around his own power. These connections were natural, organic, pulsing with something that felt like love, even filtered through Petunia's obvious resentment. His aunt leaned closer, and Harry caught a whiff of her perfume, mixed with something sharper, something that reminded him of hospitals. "I know you're awake, boy. I can see it in your breathing. But I suppose it doesn't matter. You'll be dead soon enough anyway, if those bindings keep degrading." The words sent ice through Harry's veins, but he maintained his facade of sleep. Petunia straightened, brushing imaginary dust from her skirt. "Dumbledore said they'd hold until your 11th birthday. But look at you, wasting away to nothing, and those lights getting brighter every day. Even Vernon can see them now, though he pretends otherwise. Magic always finds a way, doesn't it? Just like your mother." She paused, and for a moment her voice softened with something that might have been genuine regret. "She tried to warn me, you know. Said the magical world was dangerous. Said there were people who would use children for their own purposes. But I was so angry, so jealous of everything she could do that I couldn't. I thought she was just trying to scare me away from her perfect new world." Harry's mind raced, trying to process the implications of what he was hearing. His mother had warned Petunia about something to do with the magical world using children. And Dumbledore, whoever that was, had done something to him that was supposed to last until his 11th birthday, but was failing ahead of schedule. "Well, it's too late for regrets now," Petunia continued, her voice hardening again. "The old man made his choices, and we're all living with the consequences. Just try to last a few more years, boy. Try not to die in my house and bring more attention to what's been done to you." The cupboard door slammed shut, and the locks engaged with mechanical precision. But the damage was done. Harry's carefully constructed understanding of his situation had been shattered and rebuilt in the space of a few whispered words. Someone named Dumbledore had done this to him, had bound his magic for reasons Harry couldn't begin to fathom, and it was killing him. The golden threads around his heart pulsed with something that felt like desperate urgency. Whatever was happening to him was accelerating, and he was running out of time. The question was no longer why someone had bound his magic, but what he was going to do about it before those bindings either killed him or drove him mad with their constraints. Harry opened his eyes and stared into the darkness of his cupboard with new determination. He might be 8 years old. He might be starving and weak and trapped in this house with people who viewed him as a burden at best. But he had something now that he'd never had before: knowledge. He could see magic, his own and others, and that sight revealed truths that had been hidden from him his entire life. The golden threads around his chest pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat, and for the first time since the lights had first appeared, Harry smiled. Let the Dursleys keep him locked in this cupboard. Let them think they controlled him with their locks and threats and calculated cruelty. He had magic, real magic, and now he could see exactly how it was being suppressed, which meant, eventually, he might be able to figure out how to set it free. The thought sent power surging through the golden threads once again, and this time Harry didn't flinch away from the pain. This time he embraced it, let it flow through him like fire through dry wood. The dark bindings tightened in response, but they seemed somehow less solid than before, as if acknowledging them had somehow diminished their hold on him. Outside his cupboard, the Dursley household continued its normal routine. Dudley's demands for ice cream were eventually satisfied, Vernon returned to his evening television programs, and Petunia bustled about with her endless cleaning and organizing. But down in the cupboard under the stairs, Harry Potter was planning his first act of real rebellion. He was going to learn everything he could about magic, about the bindings that constrained him, and about the mysterious Dumbledore who had apparently orchestrated his imprisonment. And then, when he was ready, he was going to break free. The golden threads pulsed with approval, and even the dark bindings seemed to tremble slightly, as if they could sense the change in their captive's mindset. For 8 years, Harry had been a victim, accepting whatever was done to him with the resigned passivity of a child who knew no better. But victims, Harry was beginning to understand, were made by circumstance, and circumstances, unlike magic, could be changed. The coordinated exposure of Dumbledore's network began at precisely 8 o'clock on a Wednesday morning in late November, timed to coincide with the peak communication periods when international magical law enforcement agencies would be most active in processing new evidence and coordinating investigative responses. But this revelation differed fundamentally from conventional law enforcement procedures in both scope and methodology, representing the culmination of months of preparation by 4 children whose combined capabilities exceeded anything the criminal conspiracy had anticipated. Harry stood in the sanctuary's main chamber, surrounded by communication crystals that Marcus had linked to news agencies, law enforcement organizations, and governmental oversight bodies throughout the magical world. The crystals pulsed with synchronized energy as they prepared to transmit information simultaneously to 17 countries, ensuring that Dumbledore's political influence couldn't suppress the evidence through localized corruption or administrative manipulation. But the physical evidence, comprehensive though it was, represented only the foundation for a revelation designed to demonstrate the full scope of the network's criminal operations through methods that would be impossible to dismiss or suppress. Harry's enhanced magical heritage provided capabilities for magical demonstration that would prove the authenticity of their claims while revealing power levels that exceeded normal wizarding understanding. The first phase of the exposure focused on the financial crimes that Director Goldclaw's investigation had documented with precision that met international legal standards. Account records, transaction histories, and organizational charts were transmitted through secure diplomatic channels to banking oversight agencies that possessed both the authority and independence necessary to pursue charges against institutions that had facilitated systematic money laundering and theft. But Harry's contribution to the financial revelation went beyond simple documentation. His demonstration of unbound magical capabilities provided proof that the power suppression techniques described in Dumbledore's correspondence were genuine rather than theoretical, while his spatial transportation abilities offered evidence that children subjected to such treatment could develop capabilities that would be invaluable for intelligence operations or magical warfare. The second phase revealed the scope of governmental corruption through evidence that Hermione's enhanced analytical capabilities had extracted from ministry archives during their infiltration. Decades of correspondence between Dumbledore's network and high-ranking ministry officials, authorization documents for systematic legal manipulation, and most damning of all, financial records showing payments from the Foundation network to governmental employees in exchange for administrative cooperation. Hermione's presentation of this evidence included analysis that revealed patterns of corruption extending throughout magical Britain's governmental structure, identifying specific officials who had enabled the network's operations while suggesting investigative procedures that would expose additional complicit individuals whose involvement hadn't yet been documented. But the most devastating aspect of the governmental revelation was Marcus's demonstration of the communication and surveillance capabilities that had been artificially implanted in children processed by the network. His ability to access ministry communication systems without authorization provided real-time evidence that the network had converted trafficked children into intelligence assets capable of penetrating the most secure governmental facilities. The third phase focused on the systematic abuse and murder of children who had proven unsuitable for the network's purposes, supported by case files that documented hundreds of deaths disguised as accidents or natural magical mishaps. But this evidence was presented through Lily's emotional magical capabilities, allowing recipients to experience the psychological trauma and terror that characterized the final moments of children whose only crime had been possessing magical abilities that couldn't be effectively exploited. Lily's emotional projection provided evidence that transcended simple documentation, forcing investigators to confront the human reality of systematic murder in ways that made abstract legal charges become personal moral imperatives. The children whose deaths had been reduced to statistical data in Dumbledore's files became individual tragedies whose emotional resonance demanded justice rather than bureaucratic processing. But the fourth phase of the revelation was designed to prevent the network from implementing damage control measures that might protect core operations while sacrificing expendable personnel and facilities. Harry's spatial magic provided simultaneous access to active processing centers throughout Europe, allowing real-time documentation of ongoing abuse while preventing the elimination of evidence or witnesses that might threaten the network's leadership. The processing centers revealed conditions that exceeded even the team's expectations for systematic cruelty. Children as young as 5 years old, subjected to magical modifications that were designed to reshape their fundamental magical nature according to specifications provided by network operatives. Conditioning procedures that used a combination of magical compulsion, psychological manipulation, and calculated physical abuse to break down natural resistance to external control. And most disturbing of all, elimination protocols being implemented against children whose psychological profiles suggested they might eventually develop the independence necessary to resist their conditioning. But the revelation of ongoing operations also provided opportunities for immediate rescue that the team had prepared to coordinate with their exposure of historical crimes. Harry's enhanced magical capabilities allowed him to create transportation networks that could simultaneously extract children from multiple facilities, while the team's combined abilities provided the coordination and protection necessary to ensure the rescued children reached safety before the network could implement emergency response procedures. The rescue operations began even as evidence of the network's crimes was being transmitted to international investigators, creating a coordinated liberation effort that demonstrated the team's capabilities while ensuring that no additional children would suffer while legal proceedings developed. Within 6 hours of the initial revelation, more than 200 children had been extracted from network facilities and transported to secure medical facilities, where goblin healers could begin assessing and treating the modifications they had endured. But the most significant aspect of the revelation was Harry's public demonstration of his unbound magical heritage, conducted through communication channels that ensured his display would be witnessed by magical practitioners throughout the world. His abilities transcended normal wizarding magic in ways that suggested connection to power sources that predated contemporary magical civilization, providing evidence that Dumbledore's systematic suppression of magical children had prevented the development of capabilities that could fundamentally advance magical knowledge and practice. Harry's demonstration included spatial transportation across vast distances without conventional magical implements, communication with natural magical forces that responded to his will with precision that exceeded formal magical theory, and most remarkably, healing techniques that could reverse modifications imposed by the network's specialists using methods that appeared to operate according to entirely different principles than standard magical medicine. The display was designed to prove that children subjected to the network's suppression techniques possessed potential that exceeded anything Dumbledore's research had anticipated, while suggesting that systematic liberation of trafficked children might provide access to magical capabilities that would benefit all of magical society, rather than serving only the network's criminal objectives. But Harry's revelation also included information about his own heritage that explained why Dumbledore's network had been particularly interested in controlling his development. His magical signature carried resonances that suggested connection to magical traditions associated with the legendary founders of Hogwarts School, indicating that his systematic suppression had been designed to prevent access to knowledge and abilities that could challenge the contemporary magical establishment's authority and control. The implications were staggering, suggesting that Dumbledore's network represented not just criminal exploitation of vulnerable children, but systematic suppression of magical heritage that could revolutionize wizarding civilization. The professor's claims about serving the greater good were revealed as justifications for maintaining power structures that prevented magical development in favor of institutional control. As news of the revelation spread throughout the magical world, responses varied according to the political interests and institutional affiliations of different magical communities. Governments that had been complicit in the network's operations attempted damage control through selective prosecution of expendable officials while protecting core leadership figures whose involvement ran too deep for simple scapegoating. But independent magical communities and organizations that had maintained autonomy from corrupted governmental institutions responded with support for investigating and dismantling the network's operations. Professional medical organizations demanded access to rescued children for assessment and treatment, while educational institutions offered resources for rehabilitation and genuine magical education that would restore natural development patterns. Most significantly, magical law enforcement agencies in countries where Dumbledore's political influence was limited began coordinating international investigations that would pursue charges regardless of local governmental resistance. The evidence the team had provided was too comprehensive and well documented to be dismissed through normal political manipulation, while the ongoing rescue operations provided continuing proof that the network's criminal activities were systematic rather than isolated incidents. But Dumbledore's response to the revelation demonstrated the resources and ruthlessness that had enabled his network to operate for decades without effective opposition. Within hours of the initial evidence transmission, Coordinated attacks began against goblin banking facilities, magical communities that had offered support for the rescued children, and international law enforcement agencies that had committed to pursuing investigations. The attacks employed magical techniques that exceeded normal wizarding capabilities, suggesting that Dumbledore's network included operatives whose abilities had been enhanced through the same modification procedures applied to trafficked children. But the operatives had been conditioned for loyalty and obedience rather than independent thought, creating tactical limitations that the team's combined capabilities could exploit. Harry's response to the network's retaliation was immediate and overwhelming, demonstrating power levels that forced even Dumbledore's enhanced operatives to recognize that their target was no longer the helpless child whose systematic abuse had shaped their understanding of his capabilities. Spatial magic allowed Harry to appear simultaneously at multiple attack sites, while his enhanced magical heritage provided defensive and offensive techniques that neutralized threats without causing permanent harm to operatives who were themselves victims of the network's systematic abuse. But more importantly, Harry's demonstration of his true magical nature triggered responses from magical forces and traditional authorities that had remained dormant throughout the network's decades of criminal activity. Ancient protective enchantments that had been designed to preserve magical heritage from systematic suppression began activating in response to Harry's obvious need for assistance, while magical entities whose existence predated contemporary wizarding civilization offered their support for efforts to restore natural magical development. The revelation that began as simple evidence transmission had evolved into a fundamental confrontation between artificial control and natural magical freedom, with implications that extended well beyond the specific crimes committed by Dumbledore's network. The systematic suppression of magical children had prevented the development of capabilities that could have advanced magical civilization for generations, while the corruption of governmental institutions had created power structures that prioritized control over growth and discovery. As the first day of revelation concluded and assessment began of the international responses to the evidence they had provided, Harry and his team found themselves at the center of a transformation that would reshape magical society's understanding of childhood development, governmental authority, and the relationship between individual magical heritage and collective social responsibility. The children who had been designed to serve as instruments of systematic control had become the catalysts for liberation that extended far beyond their own circumstances. Their combined demonstration of enhanced capabilities proved that magical potential exceeded anything contemporary magical education had anticipated, while their coordination and strategic planning revealed that children possessed the intelligence and determination necessary to challenge institutional authority when that authority served criminal rather than beneficial purposes. But the most significant outcome of the revelation was the recognition by magical communities throughout the world that protecting magical children required more than simply prosecuting individual criminals or reforming specific institutions. It required fundamental changes to the power structures that had enabled systematic exploitation while preventing the kinds of magical development that could benefit all magical practitioners. The war between subjects and experimenters had evolved into a broader conflict between artificial limitation and natural potential, with Harry and his allies serving as proof that magical children possessed capabilities that exceeded anything their oppressors had imagined possible. Director Goldclaw's assessment of their success was comprehensive, but emphasized that the revelation represented only the beginning of a transformation process that would require sustained effort to achieve lasting change. The evidence you've provided and the capabilities you've demonstrated have fundamentally altered the political landscape of magical society, he informed them, as reports arrived from investigations beginning throughout the international magical community. But institutional change requires time and continued pressure to prevent the kinds of corruption that enabled this network to operate for so long. Harry nodded his understanding, knowing that their victory in exposing Dumbledore's crimes was only the first phase of ensuring that magical children would never again be subjected to systematic exploitation and abuse. The professor's network had been built through decades of careful institutional manipulation, and dismantling it completely would require similar sustained effort applied to building alternative structures that prioritized child welfare over political control. But the children who had survived the network's processing and emerged with enhanced capabilities represented a resource for building those alternative structures that had never existed before. Their combined knowledge of the network's methods, their enhanced magical abilities, and most importantly, their commitment to preventing others from experiencing similar exploitation provided the foundation for creating protective systems that could resist corruption while fostering genuine magical development. The revelation had succeeded beyond their most optimistic expectations, but the real work of building a better magical world for future generations was just beginning. And Harry intended to ensure that work continued until no magical child would ever again suffer the systematic abuse and suppression that had characterized his own early development. The arrest of Albus Dumbledore occurred on a crisp December morning outside the gates of Hogwarts School, conducted by a joint task force representing magical law enforcement agencies from 12 countries whose investigations had converged on evidence that could no longer be dismissed or suppressed through political manipulation. The man who had presented himself to magical society as a beacon of wisdom and moral authority stood in magical restraints that hummed with power, designed to contain wizards whose capabilities exceeded normal parameters, his blue eyes carrying none of the grandfatherly warmth that had concealed decades of systematic criminal enterprise. Harry watched the arrest through scrying crystals that Marcus had linked to the International Law Enforcement Communication Network, his enhanced magical perception analyzing Dumbledore's magical signature with the cold precision of someone who had suffered under the professor's manipulation for most of his conscious life. The bindings that surrounded Dumbledore's magical core revealed artificial enhancements similar to those Harry had observed in the professor's operatives, suggesting that the network's leader had undergone modification procedures designed to increase his power and extend his natural lifespan far beyond normal wizarding parameters. But more disturbing was the evidence of additional magical constructs woven throughout Dumbledore's magical signature, patterns that suggested he had been systematically drawing power from external sources for decades. The monitoring spells that had tracked Harry's magical development weren't just surveillance tools. They were conduits through which Dumbledore had been siphoning energy from every child processed by his network, using their suppressed magical potential to fuel his own enhanced capabilities. The scope of the magical parasitism was staggering, representing power theft on a scale that would have been impossible to detect without Harry's unique magical perception and the comprehensive evidence that months of investigation had assembled. Dumbledore's legendary magical abilities weren't the result of natural talent or dedicated study. They were the product of systematic energy harvesting from hundreds of children whose magical development had been sacrificed to serve his enhanced capabilities. Lily stood beside Harry in the sanctuary's main chamber, her liberated emotional magic providing analysis of Dumbledore's psychological state that revealed additional disturbing information about the professor's mental condition. The man's emotional signature carried patterns associated with magical addiction, suggesting that his dependence on power stolen from children had created psychological compulsions that would make rehabilitation impossible, even if legal proceedings resulted in anything less than permanent magical incapacitation. He genuinely believes everything he did was necessary, she reported, as her enhanced empathic abilities processed the complex mixture of self-justification and desperate need that characterized Dumbledore's emotional state. The power addiction has created cognitive patterns that make him incapable of recognizing the suffering he's caused as anything other than acceptable sacrifice for his vision of the greater good. Marcus's communication with the arresting officers provided real-time updates on the specific charges being filed against Dumbledore, charges that represented the culmination of the most comprehensive international investigation in the history of magical law enforcement. Systematic child trafficking, spanning multiple decades and 17 countries. financial fraud totaling more than 50 million galleons stolen from victim families and charitable donors, murder of at least 300 children whose magical development proved unsuitable for network objectives, governmental corruption involving dozens of high-ranking officials whose cooperation had enabled the network's operations, and most significantly, magical crimes against nature that included systematic power theft and artificial life extension through methods that violated fundamental principles of magical law. But Hermione's analysis of the legal proceedings revealed complications that would prevent simple conviction and punishment from achieving the justice that the network's victims deserved. The scope of Dumbledore's criminal enterprise and its integration with governmental institutions created legal challenges that exceeded normal prosecution procedures, while the political influence he had accumulated over decades of careful manipulation provided him with resources that could delay or complicate even the most comprehensive legal proceedings. The corruption extends so deeply into magical Britain's governmental structure that normal legal remedies may prove insufficient, she reported, as her enhanced analytical capabilities processed the political implications of the charges being filed. Dumbledore's network includes judges, prosecutors, and administrative officials whose involvement in the criminal conspiracy would prevent them from participating in fair legal proceedings, but whose removal would create institutional disruption that could be exploited to delay or dismiss charges. Director Goldclaw's assessment confirmed what the team had already begun to suspect based on their observation of institutional corruption during the investigation phase. The legal proceedings against Dumbledore would provide symbolic satisfaction and might result in his eventual conviction, but they would not address the broader structural problems that had enabled his network to operate for decades without effective opposition. True justice requires more than prosecuting individual criminals, the Goblin director explained, as his analysis revealed the scope of institutional reform that would be necessary to prevent similar criminal enterprises from emerging in the future. The governmental and educational institutions that enabled Professor Dumbledore's network must be reformed or replaced before magical society can provide adequate protection for vulnerable children. But the arrest had triggered responses throughout the magical world that suggested the momentum for such reform was building beyond what any individual legal proceeding could achieve. Educational institutions that had maintained independence from Dumbledore's political influence were offering alternative approaches to magical child development that prioritized natural ability enhancement over artificial limitation and control. Medical organizations were developing treatment protocols for children who had been subjected to the network's modification procedures, while independent magical communities were creating support systems for families whose children had been targeted for trafficking. Most significantly, the revelation of Dumbledore's systematic power theft had triggered research into magical heritage and bloodline analysis that was revealing capabilities in magical children that contemporary magical education had never anticipated. Harry's demonstration of his enhanced magical abilities had provided proof that proper development could produce power levels and techniques that exceeded anything described in formal magical theory, while the rescued children were showing similar potential as their artificial constraints were removed and their natural abilities were allowed to develop. The political implications of these discoveries were profound, suggesting that magical society's entire understanding of childhood development and educational methodology would require fundamental revision. The systematic suppression that Dumbledore's network had practiced wasn't just criminal. It had prevented magical advancement that could have benefited all magical practitioners, while maintaining power structures that prioritized control over growth and discovery. As winter deepened and the legal proceedings against Dumbledore's network continued through the complex procedures required for international magical law, Harry found himself studying reports from magical communities throughout the world that were implementing reforms designed to prevent similar systematic exploitation of vulnerable children. Educational institutions were developing new approaches to magical development that emphasized individual potential rather than standardized control. Medical facilities were creating specialized treatment centers for children who had been subjected to magical modification or systematic abuse. Governmental oversight agencies were implementing accountability measures designed to prevent the kinds of corruption that had enabled Dumbledore's criminal enterprise. But the most significant development was the emergence of advocacy organizations, led by survivors of the network's processing, children whose enhanced capabilities and direct experience with systematic exploitation provided them with unique qualifications for protecting others from similar abuse. The rescued children were demonstrating that survival of systematic trauma could produce resilience and determination that exceeded anything their oppressors had anticipated, while their enhanced magical abilities provided them with resources for creating protective systems that would be difficult to corrupt or compromise. Harry's role in this emerging advocacy movement extended beyond simply providing testimony about his own experiences or demonstrating his unusual magical heritage. His enhanced cognitive abilities and strategic planning capabilities made him invaluable for coordinating reform efforts across multiple countries and institutional frameworks, while his spatial transportation magic provided secure communication and coordination capabilities that couldn't be intercepted or disrupted by people who might want to sabotage reform efforts. But more importantly, Harry's growing understanding of his magical heritage revealed connections to traditional protective authorities that had remained dormant throughout the network's decades of criminal activity. Ancient magical oaths and binding commitments that had been designed to protect magical children from systematic exploitation were beginning to activate in response to his obvious need for assistance, while magical entities whose existence predated contemporary wizarding civilization were offering their support for efforts to restore natural magical development patterns. The convergence of these traditional protective forces with contemporary reform efforts was creating possibilities for systematic change that exceeded anything political or legal proceedings could achieve independently. Magic itself was responding to the revelation of systematic abuse by activating protective mechanisms that would make similar criminal enterprises impossible to sustain over extended periods. Harry's formal testimony before the International Confederation of Magical Law Enforcement occurred in January, conducted through secure magical communication that allowed him to provide evidence while remaining under goblin protection from potential retaliation attempts. His presentation included not just documentation of his own abuse and systematic suppression, but analysis of the broader patterns that had enabled Dumbledore's network to operate without detection for decades. The systematic exploitation of magical children requires more than simply criminal investigation and prosecution, Harry explained, as his testimony was recorded through magical preservation techniques that would ensure accuracy and prevent tampering. It requires fundamental changes to the institutional structures that enabled such exploitation, including educational systems that prioritize natural ability development, governmental oversight that cannot be corrupted through political manipulation, and medical systems that can detect and reverse artificial modifications imposed without consent. But Harry's most significant contribution to the legal proceedings was his demonstration of the magical capabilities that proper development could achieve, providing evidence that Dumbledore's systematic suppression had prevented discoveries and advancement that could have revolutionized magical civilization. His spatial transportation techniques, communication with natural magical forces, and healing abilities that operated according to principles beyond contemporary magical theory proved that magical children possessed potential that exceeded anything current educational methodology anticipated. The implications for magical education and child development were staggering, suggesting that every magical child subjected to standardized suppression and control was being prevented from accessing capabilities that could benefit not just themselves, but magical society as a whole. The systematic limitation that Dumbledore's network had practiced in its most extreme form was revealed as a more general pattern that characterized contemporary magical education and governmental policy. As spring arrived and the legal proceedings against Dumbledore entered their final phases, the professor's conviction became inevitable, despite the political influence and legal resources he had accumulated over decades of careful manipulation. The evidence was too comprehensive, and the international pressure too intense for even the most corrupted institutions to dismiss or suppress. But Dumbledore's ultimate fate proved less important than the broader transformation his arrest and conviction had triggered throughout magical society. Educational institutions were implementing new approaches to magical development that emphasized individual potential and natural ability enhancement. Medical organizations were creating treatment protocols that could reverse artificial modifications while supporting healthy magical growth. Governmental systems were developing oversight mechanisms that would prevent the kinds of systematic corruption that had enabled criminal exploitation of vulnerable children. Most importantly, the advocacy organizations led by network survivors were creating protective systems that operated independently of governmental or institutional authority, ensuring that magical children would have resources and support that couldn't be compromised through political manipulation or administrative corruption. Harry's assessment of these developments was cautiously optimistic, but emphasized the need for continued vigilance and active participation in the reform process. Institutional change requires sustained effort to prevent regression to patterns that enable systematic exploitation, he explained to his team as they planned their continued involvement in advocacy and protection efforts. The network's elimination is only the beginning of ensuring that magical children receive the protection and support they deserve. The formal sentencing of Albus Dumbledore occurred on a bright day in early summer, with the professor receiving terms of imprisonment that would ensure he could never again threaten magical children or engage in the systematic criminal enterprise that had characterized his career. But more significantly, the sentencing included magical binding that would permanently prevent him from accessing the power he had stolen from his victims, ensuring that his enhanced capabilities couldn't be used for escape or continued criminal activity. Harry watched the sentencing through the same scrying crystals that had shown him Dumbledore's arrest, his enhanced magical perception confirming that the binding procedures were effective and irreversible. The man who had systematically destroyed so many young lives in pursuit of his vision of necessary control would spend his remaining years as a powerless prisoner, unable to access the stolen magical energy that had sustained his criminal enterprise. But the most satisfying aspect of Dumbledore's downfall wasn't his conviction and imprisonment. It was the knowledge that his systematic abuse and exploitation had ultimately created the very forces that destroyed his network and ensured that similar criminal enterprises would face effective opposition in the future. The children he had designed to serve as instruments of control had become the architects of liberation, using capabilities he had enhanced for criminal purposes in service of justice and genuine protection for vulnerable magical practitioners. The network's systematic processing had inadvertently created survivors with the knowledge, abilities, and determination necessary to build protective systems that would resist the kinds of corruption that had enabled decades of criminal activity. As summer deepened and the reformed institutions began implementing new policies designed to protect magical children while fostering natural ability development, Harry found himself studying reports that confirmed the success of their efforts in creating lasting change. Incidents of suspicious child placement had dropped to virtually zero as independent oversight systems detected and investigated potential trafficking attempts. Educational institutions were documenting dramatic improvements in magical development as children were allowed to explore their natural abilities without artificial limitation. Medical facilities were successfully treating survivors of modification procedures while developing protocols that would prevent similar abuse in the future. But most importantly, the advocacy organizations led by network survivors were creating support networks that extended throughout the magical world, ensuring that no magical child would face systematic exploitation without effective assistance and protection. Harry settled into his quarters that evening with satisfaction that felt both profound and hard-earned, studying letters from magical children throughout the world whose lives had been improved by the reforms that Dumbledore's downfall had made possible. The war between subjects and experimenters had ended with victory for those who had suffered under systematic exploitation, but more importantly, it had created foundations for ensuring that future generations of magical children would inherit a world where their natural abilities could develop according to their own choices, rather than the manipulative objectives of people who claimed to serve the greater good. The professor's carefully constructed system of control lay in ruins, but from those ruins had emerged protective structures that would ensure magical children received the support and freedom they deserved. The subjects had not only won their war against systematic oppression, they had used their victory to build a better world for everyone who would follow in their footsteps. The morning Harry Potter first walked through the gates of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as a free child, rather than a systematically suppressed experimental subject, the ancient castle's magical signature resonated with harmonies that hadn't been heard in the halls for more than 50 years. The building itself seemed to recognize that fundamental changes in magical education were beginning, changes that would restore the original vision of the founders who had created the school to nurture magical potential, rather than limit and control it. Harry paused at the threshold of the Great Hall, his enhanced magical perception analyzing the complex web of enchantments that had accumulated over centuries of educational practice. But overlaying those traditional magical signatures were newer patterns that spoke of reform and renewal, evidence of the systematic changes that had transformed magical education throughout Britain in the 18 months since Dumbledore's network had been exposed and dismantled. The students who filled the hall represented a generation whose magical development had proceeded according to principles that prioritized natural ability enhancement over standardized suppression. Children who had been identified as potential trafficking targets by the old system were now receiving educational support that recognized their exceptional capabilities as gifts to be cultivated rather than threats to be contained. The result was a student population whose magical abilities exceeded anything contemporary educational theory had previously anticipated. But more importantly, the emotional atmosphere of the school had fundamentally changed. The fear and careful compliance that had characterized student behavior under Dumbledore's administration had been replaced by genuine curiosity and collaborative exploration. Children felt safe to experiment with their magical abilities, to ask questions that might challenge conventional wisdom, and to develop friendships based on mutual interest rather than careful political calculation. Professor McGonagall approached Harry with expressions that carried both professional satisfaction and personal relief, her stern features softened by the knowledge that the systematic corruption that had characterized her former employer's administration would never again threaten the children under her care. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Mr. Potter," she said, her voice carrying warmth that would have been impossible during the years when every interaction had to be carefully measured against Dumbledore's hidden agendas. "I trust you'll find our educational approach more conducive to genuine learning than the circumstances you experienced during your early childhood." Harry smiled with satisfaction that felt both childish and ancient, knowing that his arrival at Hogwarts represented not just personal achievement, but proof that systematic abuse could be overcome and transformed into foundations for protecting others from similar exploitation. "I'm looking forward to discovering what magical education can accomplish when it serves students' interests rather than political manipulation," he replied, his enhanced cognitive abilities already analyzing the possibilities for learning and growth that the reformed institution would provide. The sorting ceremony that evening revealed the extent of the changes that had transformed Hogwarts' approach to student development and house placement. Instead of the traditional emphasis on personality traits that might predict future political alignment, the sorting process now focused on identifying educational approaches that would best support each child's natural magical development. Harry's sorting proved unnecessary, as his unique magical heritage and the circumstances of his liberation had already identified him as someone whose abilities exceeded normal house-based educational frameworks. But his participation in the ceremony provided him with opportunities to observe the incoming students whose magical development represented the first generation to benefit from the reforms that his exposure of Dumbledore's network had made possible. The children showed capabilities that confirmed Harry's assessment that systematic suppression had prevented magical advancement that could have benefited all of wizarding society. Students who would have been subjected to limiting educational practices under the old system were demonstrating natural abilities that exceeded what formal magical theory had described as possible for their age groups. More importantly, the students displayed psychological health and genuine enthusiasm for learning that contrasted sharply with the careful compliance and suppressed fear that had characterized previous generations of Hogwarts students. Children who felt safe to explore their abilities and express their interests were developing at rates that exceeded anything the old educational methodology had achieved. But the most significant change was in the teaching approach itself. Professor McGonagall had implemented educational practices that emphasized collaborative discovery and individual ability enhancement rather than standardized curriculum and authoritarian control. Students were encouraged to explore magical theory that aligned with their natural capabilities, to experiment with techniques that might expand the boundaries of conventional magical practice, and to develop specializations that reflected their personal interests rather than institutional requirements. The Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom had been converted into a comprehensive magical development laboratory where students could safely explore combat techniques, protective magic, and theoretical approaches to magical security. But more importantly, the curriculum now included education about the systematic exploitation that had characterized previous generations, ensuring that students understood the importance of protecting vulnerable children from the kinds of abuse that Harry and his allies had survived. Harry's first class in this reformed educational environment exceeded his expectations for what genuine magical education could accomplish. Instead of rote memorization of standardized spells and techniques, students were learning to analyze magical theory from first principles, to identify connections between different branches of magical practice, and to develop original approaches to problem-solving that reflected their individual capabilities and interests. But the most valuable aspect of the educational reform was the mentorship program that connected new students with survivors of Dumbledore's network who could provide guidance and support based on direct experience with systematic magical suppression. Harry found himself working with younger students whose magical development had been threatened by trafficking attempts, helping them understand their capabilities while ensuring they received the protection and support necessary for healthy psychological growth. The mentorship relationships revealed information about the continuing challenges that magical children faced despite the systematic reforms that had been implemented throughout wizarding society. Dumbledore's network had been dismantled and its leadership imprisoned, but the attitudes and institutional practices that had enabled systematic exploitation required ongoing effort to change completely. Some families still viewed exceptional magical abilities in children as threats rather than gifts, leading to household environments that replicated aspects of the systematic suppression that the network had practiced on a larger scale. Educational institutions in some regions continued to implement practices that prioritized control over development, despite official policy changes that mandated more supportive approaches. And most concerning, there were indications that other criminal organizations were attempting to exploit the institutional disruption that had followed Dumbledore's downfall to establish their own trafficking and exploitation operations. But the mentorship program also revealed the effectiveness of the advocacy organizations that network survivors had established throughout the magical world. Children who faced threatening circumstances now had access to resources and support systems that could detect potential exploitation attempts and provide intervention before systematic abuse could begin. Harry's work with these support systems expanded throughout his first year at Hogwarts, as his unique magical capabilities and strategic planning abilities made him invaluable for coordinating protective efforts across multiple countries and institutional frameworks. His spatial transportation magic provided secure communication and rapid response capabilities that ensured no magical child would face systematic exploitation without effective assistance. But more importantly, Harry's growing understanding of his magical heritage revealed connections to protective traditions that were creating systemic resistance to exploitation attempts throughout magical society. Ancient magical oaths and binding commitments that had been designed to protect vulnerable children were activating in response to contemporary trafficking attempts, while magical entities whose existence predated modern wizarding civilization were providing active support for protection and advocacy efforts. The convergence of these traditional protective forces with contemporary advocacy organizations was creating possibilities for child protection that exceeded anything previous generations had achieved. Magic itself was responding to the exposure of systematic abuse by strengthening the safeguards that protected vulnerable practitioners from exploitation and manipulation. By Christmas of his first year, Harry had established the Potter Foundation for Magical Child Protection, an advocacy organization that combined the resources of his restored inheritance with the capabilities of network survivors and the support of reformed magical institutions. The foundation operated according to principles that prioritized child welfare over institutional authority, ensuring that protective efforts couldn't be compromised through political manipulation or administrative corruption. The foundation's first major initiative involved creating secure sanctuaries throughout the magical world where children could receive immediate protection from trafficking attempts while their circumstances were investigated and appropriate long-term solutions were developed. But unlike the processing facilities that Dumbledore's network had operated, these sanctuaries emphasized healing and empowerment rather than suppression and control. Children who reached the sanctuaries received comprehensive medical assessment and treatment for any modifications or suppression they had endured, educational support that helped them understand and develop their natural magical abilities, and psychological counseling that addressed the trauma associated with exploitation attempts. But most importantly, they received advocacy that ensured their voices were heard and their interests were protected throughout any legal proceedings or placement decisions. The Foundation's second initiative focused on training magical practitioners throughout the world to recognize signs of systematic child exploitation and to provide appropriate intervention when trafficking attempts were detected. The training programs combined theoretical knowledge about criminal methodologies with practical techniques for magical detection and response, ensuring that potential victims could receive assistance before systematic abuse could begin. But the Foundation's most significant contribution was the development of magical early warning systems that could detect the kinds of institutional corruption and systematic manipulation that had enabled Dumbledore's network to operate for decades without effective opposition. The systems used magical monitoring techniques to identify patterns of behavior that suggested criminal conspiracy, while providing alerts to advocacy organizations and law enforcement agencies that could investigate and respond to potential threats. As Harry's second year at Hogwarts began, the school had become a model for magical educational reform that was being studied and replicated throughout the wizarding world. Student magical development had reached levels that exceeded anything previous educational methodology had achieved, while psychological health and genuine enthusiasm for learning had created an institutional culture that supported both individual growth and collaborative discovery. The Defense Against the Dark Arts curriculum had evolved into a comprehensive program that prepared students not just to protect themselves from magical threats, but to recognize and resist the kinds of systematic manipulation that had characterized Dumbledore's network. Students learned to identify signs of institutional corruption, to understand the importance of protecting vulnerable children from exploitation, and to develop the skills necessary for advocacy and protection efforts. But the most valuable aspect of the reformed curriculum was the emphasis on magical heritage and individual capability development that helped students understand their potential contributions to magical society. Instead of standardized expectations that limited development to conventional patterns, students were encouraged to explore the full range of their natural abilities while understanding how those abilities could serve beneficial purposes within their communities. Harry's role in this educational environment extended well beyond simple attendance at classes and completion of assignments. His unique magical heritage and experience with systematic suppression made him invaluable for helping other students understand their own capabilities and potential, while his strategic planning abilities contributed to curriculum development and institutional policy formation. But more importantly, Harry's continuing connection to the advocacy organizations and protective systems that had emerged from the network's downfall ensured that Hogwarts students remained connected to the broader transformation of magical society that was still ongoing. The school wasn't just providing education, it was preparing students to participate in building and maintaining social structures that would protect vulnerable children while fostering genuine magical advancement. The third year brought news that confirmed the long-term success of the reforms that Harry and his allies had fought to achieve. Incidents of systematic child exploitation had dropped to virtually zero throughout the regions, where advocacy organizations maintained active protective programs, while educational institutions that had implemented natural ability enhancement approaches were documenting unprecedented levels of magical development among their students. Medical facilities specializing in treatment of magical modification and suppression were successfully helping survivors of trafficking operations recover their natural capabilities while developing healthy psychological coping mechanisms. Legal systems had been reformed to provide more effective prosecution of exploitation attempts, while ensuring that survivors received appropriate support and advocacy throughout legal proceedings. Most importantly, the cultural attitudes that had enabled systematic suppression of magical children were changing as the benefits of natural ability development became apparent to magical communities throughout the world. Parents who had previously viewed exceptional capabilities in their children as threats were learning to see those abilities as gifts that deserved nurturing and support, while educational professionals were developing new approaches to teaching that emphasized individual potential rather than standardized limitation. But the most significant indicator of lasting change was the emergence of a new generation of magical practitioners whose capabilities exceeded anything previous generations had achieved. Children who had been allowed to develop naturally were demonstrating that proper educational support could produce magical abilities that advanced the boundaries of theoretical knowledge while contributing to solutions for challenges that had previously seemed insurmountable. As Harry prepared for his final year at Hogwarts, he found himself studying letters from magical children throughout the world, whose lives had been improved by the protective systems and educational reforms that his exposure of Dumbledore's network had made possible. The systematic exploitation that had characterized his own early childhood was becoming a historical curiosity rather than a contemporary threat, while the natural magical development that should have been every child's birthright was becoming the normal expectation rather than the exceptional achievement. The Potter Foundation had grown to encompass advocacy organizations in more than 30 countries, providing protective resources and educational support for thousands of magical children whose circumstances might otherwise have made them vulnerable to exploitation. The Foundation's early warning systems had prevented dozens of trafficking attempts, while ensuring that potential perpetrators faced immediate legal consequences rather than operating with impunity. But Harry's greatest satisfaction came from observing the magical development of students who had benefited from reformed educational approaches from their earliest childhood. These children demonstrated capabilities that confirmed his assessment that systematic suppression had prevented magical advancement that could have revolutionized wizarding civilization, while their psychological health and genuine enthusiasm for learning proved that protective educational environments could produce both individual achievement and collaborative discovery. The graduation ceremony at the end of Harry's 7th year represented not just personal achievement, but proof that systematic abuse could be transformed into foundations for protecting others while fostering genuine advancement in magical knowledge and capability. Harry's demonstration of his fully developed magical heritage provided evidence that proper educational support could produce abilities that exceeded anything contemporary magical theory had anticipated, while his continued commitment to child protection ensured that future generations would inherit protective systems that couldn't be corrupted or compromised. As Harry stood before the assembled students and faculty, preparing to deliver the graduation address that would mark his transition from protected student to independent advocate, he reflected on the transformation that had begun in a cupboard under the stairs and had ultimately reshaped magical society's understanding of childhood development and institutional responsibility. The boy who had awakened to magical sight while suffering under systematic suppression had become a young man whose capabilities and commitment ensured that no other magical child would face similar exploitation. The systematic abuse that had been designed to create compliant instruments of control had instead produced advocates whose determination and abilities guaranteed that protective systems would resist the kinds of corruption that had enabled decades of criminal activity. Today, we celebrate not just individual achievement, but collective commitment to ensuring that magical children receive the protection and support they deserve, Harry began, his voice carrying to every corner of the great hall, while his enhanced magical abilities projected his words to advocacy organizations throughout the world that were celebrating similar graduations and achievements. The generation that has grown up under reformed educational and protective systems represents proof that natural magical development can produce capabilities that exceed anything previous theories anticipated. But more importantly, this generation understands that individual achievement carries responsibility for protecting others and building institutions that serve beneficial purposes rather than criminal objectives. The systematic exploitation that characterized previous generations has been replaced by advocacy and protection that ensures every magical child can develop according to their own potential rather than external manipulation. The institutions that once enabled abuse now provide genuine support and education, while the cultural attitudes that permitted suppression have been transformed into recognition that magical abilities deserve nurturing and celebration. But this transformation requires continued effort and vigilance to maintain. The protective systems we have built must be actively supported and defended, while the educational approaches that foster natural development require ongoing refinement and improvement. Most importantly, every magical practitioner has a responsibility to recognize and resist any attempts to return to the systematic suppression and control that characterized the dark period we have overcome. As Harry concluded his address and prepared to leave Hogwarts for the final time as a student, he carried with him the knowledge that the war between subjects and experimenters had ended with lasting victory for those who supported genuine protection and development for magical children. The systematic abuse that had shaped his early years had ultimately created the very forces that destroyed such exploitation while building foundations for a better future. The cupboard under the stairs had become a distant memory, replaced by possibilities for growth and achievement that would benefit not just Harry, but every magical child who would follow in his footsteps. The systematic suppression that had been designed to create instruments of control had instead produced advocates whose capabilities and determination ensured that magical children would inherit a world where their natural abilities could flourish according to their own choices and values. The transformation was complete, but the work of maintaining and improving protective systems would continue throughout Harry's life and beyond. The boy who had suffered under systematic exploitation had become a young man whose legacy would ensure that such suffering never again threatened the magical children who represented the future of wizarding civilization. The subjects had won their war against systematic oppression, and their victory would protect countless future generations from similar abuse while fostering magical advancement that would benefit all practitioners throughout the world. The story that began with awakening to magical sight in a cupboard under the stairs had become a foundation for transformation that would shape magical society for generations to come. The nights had become Harry's sanctuary in ways he had never imagined possible. While the Dursleys slept soundly above him, secure in their belief that 7 deadbolts could contain whatever strangeness their nephew might manifest, Harry lay in his cupboard with eyes wide open, learning to navigate the intricate web of magic that surrounded and defined him. 3 weeks had passed since his magical sight had first awakened, and in that time Harry had discovered that his new ability was far more complex than simply seeing golden threads and dark bindings. With practice, he could adjust his focus like tuning a radio, filtering out some magical signatures while emphasizing others. The house itself, he had learned, hummed with residual magic, traces left behind by years of his own suppressed power, bleeding through the constraints that held it. But it was his own magical signature that demanded most of his attention. The golden threads he had first noticed were merely the surface layer of something far more intricate and disturbing. Beneath them, wrapped around what he was beginning to understand was his magical core, were not 1 or 2 dark bindings, but dozens of them, layered like the rings of an ancient tree. Each binding served a different purpose, he was beginning to realize. Some seemed designed to limit the raw power he could access, creating artificial walls that prevented his magic from reaching its natural strength. Others appeared to redirect certain types of magical energy, channeling them away from his conscious control and into patterns he couldn't yet decipher. Still others seemed almost parasitic, drawing power from his core and sending it elsewhere through connections he couldn't trace. The complexity of it made Harry's head ache even more than the hunger that had become his constant companion. Whoever had done this to him possessed a level of magical knowledge that bordered on the incomprehensible. This wasn't the work of someone who had simply wanted to suppress a child's magic. This was architecture, deliberate and sophisticated in its construction. Tonight, as rain drummed against the small window high in the kitchen above, Harry focused his attention on one particular binding that had been puzzling him for days. Unlike the others, which seemed to constrain or redirect his power, this one appeared to be some kind of monitoring spell. Thin tendrils of dark energy extended from it like the legs of a spider, reaching out beyond the boundaries of his body and disappearing into the distance. Harry followed one of these tendrils with his magical sight, tracing its path as it wound through the house and out into the night beyond. The thread was faint, almost gossamer in its delicacy, but it pulsed with regular intervals that suggested active communication. Someone, somewhere, was receiving information about his magical state through this connection. The realization should have terrified him. Instead, Harry felt a cold anger settling in his chest like a stone. Not only had someone bound his magic and left him to waste away in this cupboard, but they were actively monitoring the results of their handiwork. The clinical nature of it, the reduction of his suffering to data points transmitted through magical threads, struck him as more horrifying than simple cruelty. A soft creak from the floorboards above made Harry freeze, his concentration shattered. Someone was moving around upstairs, and at this hour it could only mean trouble. He quickly closed his eyes and regulated his breathing, falling into the pattern of feigned sleep that had become second nature over the years. The footsteps moved with deliberate care, avoiding the squeaky boards that Harry knew would wake Vernon. This was Petunia, then, moving through the house on one of her increasingly frequent midnight inspections. These nocturnal visits had begun shortly after the swimming lesson incident, and Harry had yet to determine what exactly she was checking for. The footsteps paused at the top of the stairs leading down to the cupboard, and Harry heard the soft rustle of fabric as Petunia presumably knelt to peer through the gap beneath the door. Through his closed eyelids, he could sense light from a small torch dancing across the walls of his confined space. What Petunia didn't realize was that Harry could now see her magical signature, even with his eyes closed, even through the wooden door that separated them. Her threads were agitated tonight, pulsing with anxiety, and what felt disturbingly like guilt. The connection that linked her magic to his, that thin golden strand he had first noticed weeks ago, was particularly active, carrying currents of emotion that made Harry's skin crawl. Worry, Fear. And underneath it all, a deep and abiding sense of complicity that Petunia carried like a physical weight. She knew exactly what was being done to him, had known all along, and the knowledge was eating her alive from the inside. The torchlight disappeared, but the footsteps didn't retreat. Instead, Harry heard the soft sound of paper rustling, and then Petunia's voice, barely above a whisper. "Dumbledore," she said, and even whispered. The name carried a weight that made the monitoring thread around Harry's core pulse with sudden activity. "I know you said not to contact you unless it was an emergency, but something's changing. The boy's magic. It's not staying contained the way you promised it would." Harry's blood turned to ice in his veins. Petunia was talking to someone named Dumbledore, who had apparently given her instructions about his magical containment. But there was no one else in the hallway, which meant she was either talking to herself or to some kind of magical communication device. "The threads are getting brighter every night," Petunia continued, her voice thick with barely suppressed panic. "Vernon pretends he can't see them, but even he is starting to ask questions. And the boy, he's not behaving the way he used to. Before, when we punished him, he would just take it, accept it like he deserved it. But now there's something different in his eyes, like he's figuring things out." A long pause, during which Harry could hear only the sound of rain and his own carefully controlled breathing. Then Petunia spoke again, and this time her voice carried a note of desperation that chilled Harry to the bone. "How much longer?" she asked. "How much longer do we have to keep doing this to him? Because I'm telling you, Professor, those bindings of yours aren't holding the way they're supposed to, and if they break completely while he's still here, if all that power comes flooding back at once, it won't just kill him, it'll take all of us with it. Professor." The title confirmed what Harry had begun to suspect. This Dumbledore was some kind of teacher, someone with formal authority in the magical world, and he had not only bound Harry's magic, but had apparently convinced Petunia to participate in keeping those bindings stable through whatever means necessary. Another pause, longer this time, and then Petunia's voice again, so quiet Harry had to strain to hear it. "Yes, I understand. But Professor, with respect, you're not the one who has to live with what we're doing to him. You're not the one who has to see him getting thinner every day. See the way he looks at us like he's starting to understand exactly what we are. Lily would never forgive me for this. Never." The mention of his mother's name sent a surge of emotion through Harry that he struggled to contain. The golden threads around his heart blazed brighter, and several of the dark bindings tightened in response, sending waves of pain through his small frame. He bit down on his tongue to keep from making any sound, tasting blood as he fought to remain still. Petunia seemed to be listening to something, though Harry could hear nothing but the continued drumming of rain. A magical communication device, then. Something that allowed two-way conversation across distances. The existence of such technology opened up possibilities that Harry's 8-year-old mind could barely process. "Yes, Professor," she said finally. "I'll continue to monitor the situation. But I want you to know that if those bindings fail completely, I won't let Vernon hurt him anymore. Lily's son or not, there are limits to what I'll be party to." The conversation seemed to end there, because Petunia's footsteps finally began to retreat back toward the main part of the house. But Harry remained frozen in place, his mind reeling with the implications of what he had just heard. This wasn't just about suppressing his magic for some abstract, greater good. This was about keeping him weak and compliant through systematic abuse, all under the direction of someone called Professor Dumbledore, who apparently had enough authority to order his aunt to participate in his torture. The monitoring thread around his magical core pulsed again, and this time Harry focused on it with grim determination. If someone was watching his magical state, then they would know that he was becoming increasingly aware of his situation. But perhaps that wasn't entirely a bad thing. Perhaps it was time for Professor Dumbledore to understand that his carefully laid plans were beginning to unravel. Harry opened his eyes and stared into the darkness of his cupboard with new resolve. He needed more information, needed to understand not just what had been done to him, but why. And if Petunia was receiving communication from this Dumbledore person, then there might be records of their correspondence somewhere in the house. The next morning brought a rare opportunity. Vernon announced over breakfast, his voice carrying the pompous satisfaction he always displayed when discussing his professional achievements, that he had been invited to attend a sales conference in Birmingham. The trip would require an overnight stay, and Petunia would be accompanying him to make the right impression on his colleagues' wives. Dudley, predictably, began wailing at the prospect of being left behind, but his protests were quickly silenced by promises of expensive toys and unlimited television time in the care of Mrs. Figg, the elderly woman who lived down the street. Harry, of course, was not mentioned in these arrangements. As far as the Dursleys were concerned, he could simply remain in his cupboard until they returned, surviving on whatever scraps of food they deigned to leave within his reach. But as Harry listened to their plans from behind his locked door, he felt a familiar surge of power through the golden threads that surrounded his heart. An entire day and night without supervision, an opportunity to explore the house and search for the correspondence Petunia had mentioned. It was more freedom than he had been granted in months, and he intended to make the most of it. The Dursleys departed shortly after lunch, their suitcases packed, and their instructions to Mrs. Figg delivered with the kind of casual authority that suggested this arrangement had been made many times before. Harry waited until he heard the car pull out of the driveway, before beginning his examination of the cupboard locks. 7 deadbolts, each one a separate challenge. But Harry had noticed something during his weeks of magical observation that the Dursleys had missed entirely. The locks themselves weren't entirely mundane. Vernon had purchased the most sophisticated security hardware he could find, but even the best Muggle technology couldn't completely resist the influence of magic when it was applied with sufficient precision. Harry placed his hand against the first lock and focused on the golden threads that ran through his arm and into his fingertips. The dark bindings around his core tightened immediately, recognizing the deliberate use of magic and attempting to choke off his access to power. But Harry had been practicing for weeks now, learning to work around the constraints rather than fighting them directly. Instead of trying to force the lock open with raw magical energy, he focused on understanding its mechanical structure through touch. The golden threads carried information as well as power, and when he directed them carefully, he could sense the position of pins and tumblers as clearly as if he were looking at a blueprint. The first lock clicked open, with a sound that seemed impossibly loud in the confined space. Harry paused, listening for any indication that Mrs. Figg might have heard something unusual, but the house remained silent. Encouraged, he moved on to the second lock, then the third, each one yielding to his careful magical manipulation. By the time he pushed open the cupboard door and stepped into the hallway, Harry felt more triumphant than he had since his magical sight had first awakened. The golden threads around his core blazed with satisfaction, and even some of the darker bindings seemed to pulse with what might have been approval. Perhaps whoever had designed these constraints had never expected him to develop this level of subtle control. The house felt different when he was free to explore it. Larger, certainly, but also more alive with magical residue than he had realized. Every room carried traces of his own suppressed power, accumulated over years of accidental magic that had been contained and redirected rather than allowed to dissipate naturally. The very air hummed with potential, making his skin tingle as he moved through spaces that had been forbidden to him for most of his conscious life. Harry made his way to the kitchen first, driven by a hunger that had become so constant he rarely acknowledged it anymore. The refrigerator revealed treasures beyond his imagination. Fresh fruit, sandwich meat, milk that hadn't gone sour. He ate carefully, knowing that too much food too quickly would make him sick. But the simple act of choosing what to eat and when felt like the most profound freedom imaginable. But food, urgent as his need for it was, couldn't be his primary focus. He had perhaps 12 hours before the Dursleys returned, and he needed to use that time to gather information that might help him understand his situation more completely. Petunia's bedroom seemed the most likely place to find correspondence with Professor Dumbledore. Harry climbed the stairs with careful steps, avoiding the creaky spots that years of midnight trips to the bathroom had taught him to identify. The master bedroom door was closed but unlocked, opening to reveal a space that was exactly what he had expected. Obsessively clean, rigidly organized, and decorated in shades of beige that seemed designed to offend no one and inspire no one. But Harry wasn't looking for inspiration. He was looking for secrets, and Petunia Dursley struck him as exactly the sort of person who would keep important documents in a predictable location. The bedside table drawer yielded nothing but reading glasses and hand cream. The dresser drawers contained only clothing, folded with military precision. But the small desk in the corner of the room, the one Petunia used for managing household finances, proved more promising. The bottom drawer was locked, which was curious in a household where privacy was generally considered unnecessary. Harry applied the same careful magical pressure he had used on the cupboard locks, and the drawer slid open to reveal a collection of papers that made his heart race. Letters. Dozens of them, written in elegant handwriting on parchment that felt different from ordinary paper. Each one was signed with the same flowing signature, A. P.W.B. Dumbledore. And each one, as Harry quickly discovered, contained detailed instructions about his care and custody that turned his stomach with their clinical precision. The earliest letter was dated just days after his first birthday, and its contents made Harry's hands shake as he read them. Dumbledore expressed his regret about the necessity of the binding spells, but emphasized their critical importance for what he called the greater good. The magical restrictions would ensure that Harry remained traceable and controllable until such time as his power could be properly channeled in service of the light. Subsequent letters detailed the specific conditions under which Harry was to be raised. Isolation from the magical world was essential, but so was a carefully calibrated level of hardship that would ensure he remained grateful for any kindness shown to him. The Dursleys were to provide basic necessities for survival, but were specifically instructed to avoid creating any sense of belonging or self-worth that might interfere with future manipulation. Harry's vision blurred as he read letter after letter that reduced his entire childhood to a series of calculated psychological experiments. Dumbledore didn't simply know about the abuse he suffered at Privet Drive. He had orchestrated it, fine-tuned it, adjusted the parameters based on regular reports from Petunia about his behavior and magical development. One letter, dated from just 6 months ago, contained a passage that made Harry's magical sight flare with involuntary fury. The subject's magical core continues to develop despite the binding constraints, though within acceptable parameters. Recent observations suggest an early manifestation of ocular magical sensitivity, which was anticipated given his genetic heritage. This development should be monitored carefully, but not necessarily suppressed, as it may prove useful for tracking purposes when his training begins in earnest. Subject: not child, not Harry, not even the boy. To Professor Dumbledore, Harry Potter was nothing more than an experimental subject whose suffering was carefully measured and adjusted to produce optimal results. The golden threads around Harry's heart blazed so brightly that they seemed to fill the entire room with light. Several of the dark bindings strained and stretched under the pressure, and for a moment Harry thought one might actually snap. The monitoring thread that connected him to his distant overseer pulsed with sudden urgency, no doubt alerting Dumbledore to the spike in magical activity. Good, Harry thought with savage satisfaction. Let him know that his subject was becoming aware of the true nature of his situation. Let him wonder whether his carefully constructed psychological profile was accurate enough to predict what Harry might do with this knowledge. But anger, Harry was beginning to learn, was a luxury he couldn't afford. Not yet. He needed more information before he could act, needed to understand not just what had been done to him, but what alternatives existed. If Dumbledore had the authority to bind his magic and orchestrate his abuse, then presumably there were others in the magical world with the knowledge to undo what had been done. Harry photographed each letter with the small digital camera he found in Dudley's room, a device his cousin had received for his most recent birthday and promptly abandoned in favor of more exciting toys. The images would provide him with evidence of Dumbledore's manipulation, proof that could potentially be used to expose the true nature of the famous professor's methods. As he worked, carefully replacing each letter in its original position, Harry found his mind turning to the question of allies. Petunia clearly knew the truth about his situation, but her complicity in maintaining the abuse made her an unlikely source of help. Mrs. Figg seemed oblivious to anything beyond her cats and television programs. But somewhere in the magical world, there had to be people who would be horrified by what Dumbledore was doing to a child in the name of the greater good. The question was how to reach them without alerting Dumbledore to his plans. The monitoring spell made any direct magical communication impossible, but perhaps there were other methods. The Muggle world, Harry was beginning to realize, might provide resources that his magical overseer wouldn't think to monitor. As afternoon faded into evening, Harry made his way back to the cupboard with a sense of grim purpose. He had the evidence he needed to understand his situation, but more importantly, he had a growing understanding of just how precarious his position had become. The letters made it clear that Dumbledore's plans for him extended well beyond his childhood, involving training and manipulation that would continue into his teenage years and beyond. But Harry was no longer the ignorant child who had awakened to magical sight just weeks ago. He could see the bindings that constrained him, could trace the monitoring spells that watched his every magical fluctuation, could read the correspondence that reduced his suffering to calculated data points. And with each piece of knowledge he gained, the golden threads of his true power seemed to grow stronger and more restless. The Dursleys returned the next morning to find him exactly where they had left him, locked in his cupboard and apparently unchanged by their absence. But Harry carried within him now a secret that burned brighter than any magical thread, the absolute knowledge that his imprisonment was not permanent, that somewhere beyond the constraints that bound him lay a world where his power could be unleashed in its full glory. And when that day came, Professor Albus Dumbledore would learn that subjects, unlike experimental animals, sometimes developed the capacity to bite back. Dudley's 9th birthday party provided the perfect cover for Harry's most ambitious escape attempt yet. The Dursley household had transformed into a chaos of screaming children, frazzled parents, and enough sugar-fueled mayhem to mask the sound of 7 deadbolts being carefully manipulated by 8-year-old fingers, guided by golden threads of carefully controlled magic. The party had been planned for weeks, with Petunia orchestrating every detail with the military precision she brought to all aspects of maintaining the family's perfect suburban facade. 37 presents for Dudley, because that was one more than he had received the previous year. A professional entertainer dressed as a pirate, complete with a treasure hunt that had already resulted in Mrs. Polkis's prized roses being trampled into the mud. And most importantly for Harry's purposes, absolute chaos that would ensure his absence went unnoticed for several crucial hours. Harry had been planning this expedition for 2 weeks, ever since overhearing Vernon mention that the local university had expanded their public library system to include weekend access for community members. A university library would have resources that the small branch library in Little Whinging could never match, and more importantly, it would have computers with internet access that might provide information about the magical world that traditional books could not. The walk to the university took longer than Harry had anticipated. His legs, weakened by months of inadequate nutrition and limited exercise, protested with every step. But the golden threads that wound through his body seemed to pulse with encouragement, and more than once Harry felt a subtle surge of strength that carried him forward when his physical reserves began to fail. The campus was nearly deserted on this Saturday afternoon, with only a handful of dedicated students and researchers moving between buildings. Harry had worried that his appearance might draw unwanted attention, but the few people he encountered barely glanced at the small boy in oversized clothes, making his way toward the imposing brick facade of the main library. The building itself took Harry's breath away. 4 stories of books and learning, with tall windows that let in streams of afternoon sunlight that made the dust motes dance like tiny golden fairies. Harry had never seen so many books in one place, had never imagined that such vast repositories of knowledge even existed. But it was the computers that drew his immediate attention. Row after row of terminals, most of them unoccupied, offering access to information networks that spanned the entire globe. Harry had used computers at school, of course, but always under strict supervision and for carefully limited educational purposes. Here, for the first time, he would have unrestricted access to search for whatever information he needed. The elderly woman at the information desk barely looked up when Harry approached, her attention focused on a stack of returned books that needed to be processed. When he asked about guest access to the computers, she simply pointed toward a sign-in sheet and waved him in the general direction of the public terminals. Harry chose a workstation in a quiet corner, partially hidden behind tall stacks that would provide some privacy for his research. His fingers trembled slightly as he logged into the system, using the temporary guest account the librarian had provided. For the first time in his life, he was about to actively seek out information about magic, about the world that had shaped every aspect of his existence while remaining completely hidden from his understanding. His first search was disappointingly unsuccessful. Typing magical binding spells into the search engine produced results that were either obviously fictional or dealt with completely unrelated topics like bookbinding and legal contracts. Harry quickly realized that if magical information existed on the internet, it would be hidden behind terminology that wouldn't be obvious to casual searchers. But Harry was not a casual searcher, and his weeks of careful observation had given him specific details that might prove more useful than general magical terminology. He tried searching for variations of Albus Dumbledore's name, wondering if the professor's activities in the Muggle world had left any traces in public records. The results were immediate and overwhelming. Dozens of academic papers, newspaper articles, and biographical sketches filled the screen, painting a picture of a man whose influence extended far beyond whatever educational institution employed him. Dr. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore held advanced degrees from universities across Europe, served on the boards of numerous charitable organizations focused on child welfare, and had been recognized by the British government for his contributions to education and social services. But it was the charitable work that caught Harry's attention, particularly an organization called the Foundation for Displaced Children that Dumbledore had founded in the early 1980s. According to the Foundation's website, their mission was to ensure that children who had lost their parents under traumatic circumstances received appropriate placement and care tailored to their specific needs. The language was carefully neutral, filled with the kind of bureaucratic terminology that said everything and nothing at the same time. But as Harry read through the Foundation's annual reports and case studies, a pattern began to emerge that made his blood run cold. Many of the children served by the Foundation seemed to suffer from what the reports termed behavioral challenges and developmental anomalies that required specialized intervention. Behavioral challenges, developmental anomalies. Harry recognized the euphemistic language now, having seen similar terminology in the letters Dumbledore had sent to Petunia. These were magical children, placed with carefully selected guardians who would ensure their abilities remained suppressed until they could be properly trained and controlled. Harry's hands shook as he clicked through page after page of sanitized case histories, each one describing a child whose magical heritage had been systematically obscured through institutional manipulation. The scope of it was staggering, encompassing not just Britain, but extending throughout Europe and North America. Hundreds of children, perhaps thousands, all managed through a network of foundations, social services agencies, and educational institutions that operated with the full blessing of governmental authorities. But the most damning evidence was hidden in plain sight within the Foundation's financial records. Funding came from sources that were listed as private trusts and anonymous donors, but the amounts were substantial enough to suggest institutional support. Someone with significant resources and governmental connections was financing this operation on a massive scale. Harry leaned back in his chair, his mind reeling with the implications of what he had discovered. This wasn't just about him, wasn't just about one professor's misguided attempt to control a potentially dangerous magical child. This was a systematic program designed to identify and suppress magical children throughout the Western world, all operating under the cover of legitimate child welfare organizations. The monitoring thread around his magical core pulsed with sudden intensity, as if responding to his emotional state. Harry forced himself to calm down, knowing that any spike in his magical activity would alert Dumbledore to his current activities. But the knowledge burned in his chest like acid, demanding action that he was not yet equipped to take. Harry spent the next hour printing out as many documents as the library's guest account would allow, using coins from Dudley's forgotten pocket money to pay for copies of the most damning evidence. The Foundation's organizational charts, financial records, and case study summaries would provide crucial documentation if he ever found a way to expose the truth about Dumbledore's activities. But as important as the institutional evidence was, Harry knew he needed to understand the magical theory behind what was being done to him. The university library's collection included sections on comparative religion, folklore, and anthropological studies that might contain information about magical practices disguised as historical or cultural phenomena. His search through the folklore section proved surprisingly productive. Books on European magical traditions, written by academics who clearly believed they were documenting ancient superstitions rather than describing actual practices, contained detailed descriptions of binding rituals and power suppression techniques. The language was dense and often dismissive, but underneath the scholarly skepticism lay information that matched Harry's own observations with disturbing accuracy. According to a particularly comprehensive volume on Celtic magical practices, the binding of a magical child's power was considered one of the most serious and dangerous forms of magical intervention possible. The process required not just knowledge of complex magical theory, but access to the child during their most vulnerable developmental periods. More importantly, the bindings had to be regularly maintained and adjusted as the child's natural magical capacity grew, or the eventual release of suppressed power could prove catastrophic. Harry read this section 3 times, his understanding of his own situation becoming clearer and more terrifying with each repetition. The physical symptoms he had been experiencing, the progressive weakening, and the increasingly visible magical threads weren't just signs that the bindings were failing. They were warnings that his suppressed magical core was approaching a critical instability that could kill him if not properly managed. But the book also contained information that gave Harry his first real hope since his magical sight had awakened. Binding spells, according to the ancient texts, could be safely removed through a process called sympathetic unbinding, provided it was performed by someone with sufficient knowledge and the willing cooperation of the bound individual. The key word was willing. Magical bindings that had been imposed without consent could be challenged and overcome by the subject's own magical will, though the process was described as extremely dangerous and requiring careful preparation. Harry carefully photographed the relevant pages with Dudley's digital camera, knowing that this theoretical information might be crucial if he ever found someone capable of helping him break free from Dumbledore's constraints. But as he worked, part of his mind was already moving beyond the question of how to remove the bindings and toward the larger question of what he would do once his power was restored. The Foundation's records had revealed the scope of Dumbledore's manipulation, but they had also revealed something else equally important. The professor was not working alone. The network of institutions and individuals involved in suppressing magical children was too large and too well funded to be the work of a single person, no matter how influential. Somewhere in the magical world, there was an entire power structure dedicated to maintaining control over the next generation of magical practitioners. And if Harry's own experience was any indication, that control was maintained through systematic abuse and manipulation that reduced magical children to experimental subjects whose suffering was carefully calibrated to produce optimal compliance. The thought filled Harry with a cold rage that made the golden threads around his heart blaze with light. But this time, instead of fighting the anger or trying to suppress it, Harry embraced it. Let the monitoring spells carry word of his emotional state back to Dumbledore. Let the professor wonder whether his careful psychological profile had accounted for the possibility that his subject might develop a burning desire for justice. Because that was what this was really about, Harry realized as he gathered up his printed documents and prepared to leave the library, not just escaping from his own situation, but ensuring that no other magical child would suffer the way he had suffered. The Foundation's records suggested that there were others like him, other children whose power had been bound and whose lives had been reduced to carefully managed experiments. If Dumbledore wanted to treat him as a subject in some grand design for the greater good, then Harry would show him exactly what happened when subjects developed the capacity for independent thought and action. The walk back to Privet Drive passed in a blur of planning and calculation. Harry's mind worked furiously as he considered the resources he would need and the allies he might be able to recruit. The magical world remained largely unknown to him, but the Muggle world was full of people and institutions that claimed to be dedicated to protecting children from abuse and exploitation. The trick would be presenting his evidence in a way that would be taken seriously by people who had no knowledge of magic or the supernatural, but Harry was beginning to suspect that might not be as difficult as it initially seemed. The Foundation's activities left traces in the Muggle world that could be investigated and exposed through conventional means, even if the full truth about magical suppression remained hidden. By the time Harry returned to Privet Drive, the birthday party was winding down, and the Dursley family was beginning the exhausting process of cleaning up after 36 sugar-crazed 9-year-olds. Harry slipped back into the house through the kitchen door, unseen and unremarked, and made his way to the cupboard where he carefully hid his printed documents beneath the loose floorboard he had discovered weeks earlier. That night, as the house settled into its usual pattern of forced quiet and barely suppressed hostility, Harry lay in his cupboard and stared at the magical threads that surrounded him with new understanding. The golden strands of his true power pulsed with a rhythm that seemed more urgent than before, as if they were responding to his growing knowledge and determination. But it was the dark bindings that drew his closest attention. No. Understanding the theoretical basis for their construction had changed the way he perceived them, revealing details that had been invisible when he thought of them as simple constraints. Each binding was a complex, magical construct with specific functions and vulnerabilities, and with careful study, those vulnerabilities might be exploited. Harry focused on one particular binding, one of the smaller ones that seemed designed to suppress his ability to perform wandless magic. According to the books he had read, this type of constraint relied on the subject's ignorance of its existence and function. But Harry was no longer ignorant, and his magical sight allowed him to examine the binding's structure with a precision that its creator had never anticipated. The binding was composed of dozens of tiny magical threads, woven together in a pattern that was elegant in its complexity, but vulnerable at specific junction points. Harry traced these junctions with his magical sight, mapping the places where the construct was most susceptible to disruption. Then, with infinite care, he began to apply pressure to the weakest point. The binding resisted at first, its magical structure automatically reinforcing itself against Harry's tentative probes. But Harry had learned patience during his weeks of observation and study, and he maintained steady pressure rather than attempting to force his way through the constraint. Gradually, almost imperceptibly, the binding began to weaken. One thread loosened, then another, creating microscopic gaps in the magical weave that allowed Harry's natural power to seep through in tiny amounts. It was dangerous work, requiring absolute concentration to avoid triggering the monitoring spells that watched for sudden spikes in magical activity. But after nearly an hour of careful manipulation, Harry felt something give way with an almost audible snap. The binding didn't disappear entirely, but it loosened enough to allow a thin stream of his suppressed power to flow free for the first time in his conscious memory. The sensation was indescribable. Power flowed through his body like liquid fire, filling spaces that had been empty for so long that Harry had forgotten they existed. His magical sight intensified, revealing new layers of detail in the threads that surrounded him. His physical strength increased noticeably, the constant ache of malnutrition fading to a bearable background discomfort. Most importantly, Harry felt a sense of completeness that he had never experienced before. This was what he was supposed to feel like, what his body and mind were meant to be when they weren't artificially constrained by magical bonds designed to keep him weak and compliant. The monitoring thread around his core pulsed with alarm, carrying word of the changed magical signature back to its distant recipient. But Harry no longer cared about maintaining the pretense of ignorance. Let Dumbledore know that his carefully constructed prison was beginning to crumble. Let him wonder how much his subject had learned, and how quickly the remaining bindings might be compromised. Because Harry Potter was no longer content to be a subject in someone else's experiment. He had tasted freedom, however briefly, and he would not willingly return to the darkness of imposed limitation. The war between subject and experimenter had begun, and Harry intended to win. The partial loosening of his first binding had given Harry more than just a taste of his suppressed power. It had also sharpened his cognitive abilities in ways that made his previous mental state seem like thinking through thick fog. Ideas connected more readily. Patterns emerged from seemingly random information. And most importantly, his capacity for long-term strategic planning had expanded dramatically, which was why Harry found himself back at the university library the following Saturday, armed with a more sophisticated understanding of how to navigate the digital world in search of information that powerful people preferred to keep hidden. The previous week's research had revealed the scope of Dumbledore's operation, but Harry suspected that what he had discovered was merely the visible surface of something much deeper and more disturbing. The computer terminal he selected was in the same quiet corner as before, but this time Harry came prepared with a list of specific search terms and strategies that his enhanced mind had developed during days of careful consideration. If the Foundation for Displaced Children was just one part of a larger network, then there would be connections between organizations, shared funding sources, and overlapping personnel that could reveal the true extent of the conspiracy. Harry's first breakthrough came when he began searching for academic papers authored by Dumbledore himself. The professor's published works spanned decades and covered topics ranging from educational psychology to what he termed transformational child development. But it was a paper published in an obscure journal of social work in 1985 that made Harry's enhanced cognitive abilities immediately recognize a pattern that his earlier research had missed. The paper, titled Managed Environmental Conditioning for At-Risk Youth, described a theoretical framework for using controlled stress and deprivation to shape the psychological development of children who had experienced trauma. The language was academic and carefully neutral, but Harry could see through the euphemisms to the underlying methodology. This was a blueprint for the systematic psychological manipulation of vulnerable children, written by the same man who had orchestrated Harry's own abuse. But what made this discovery truly significant was the list of contributing institutions credited in the paper's acknowledgments. The Foundation for Displaced Children was mentioned, but so were dozens of other organizations spanning multiple countries and operational domains. Children's homes, psychiatric facilities, educational institutions, even certain wings of major hospitals, all connected through a network of shared research interests and collaborative funding. Harry spent the next 2 hours mapping these connections, creating a web of relationships that revealed the true scope of what Dumbledore had built. This wasn't just about magical children, he realized with growing horror. The network was designed to identify and process any child whose background or abilities made them suitable for what the papers termed specialized development programs. The methodology was always the same: isolation from natural support systems, carefully calibrated hardship designed to create dependency and compliance, and systematic suppression of any traits or abilities that might interfere with the desired conditioning. For magical children, this meant binding spells and power suppression. For others, it might mean pharmaceutical interventions, psychological conditioning, or simply the crushing weight of institutional indifference applied with scientific precision. Harry printed out organizational charts and financial records until his guest account's printing privileges were exhausted. But the most damning evidence came from sources that weren't protected by academic privacy policies. Newspaper archives from the past 30 years contained dozens of stories about mysterious deaths and disappearances involving children who had been placed through various charitable organizations, all of them now revealed to be part of Dumbledore's network. The deaths were always explained as tragic accidents or the inevitable result of the children's difficult circumstances. But when Harry plotted them chronologically and geographically, a pattern emerged that suggested something far more sinister. Children who showed signs of developing independence or resistance to their conditioning had a statistically significant tendency to suffer fatal accidents or sudden medical crises. Harry's enhanced mind processed this information with a cold clarity that would have been impossible just weeks earlier. Dumbledore's network wasn't just suppressing magical children. It was systematically eliminating those who proved unsuitable for long-term control. The professor's carefully worded papers described this process as therapeutic failure requiring program termination. But Harry understood it for what it really was. Murder disguised as institutional mishap. The monitoring thread around his magical core pulsed with sudden intensity, as if responding to the spike of controlled fury that coursed through Harry's system. But instead of trying to suppress his emotional response, Harry embraced it, allowing his anger to fuel his determination while keeping it channeled in productive directions. Let Dumbledore sense the change in his subject's mental state. Let him wonder exactly what his experimental protocols had created. Because Harry was beginning to understand that he was not the same child who had awakened to magical sight just weeks ago. The combination of partially restored magical capacity and enhanced cognitive function had fundamentally altered his capabilities in ways that Dumbledore's psychological profile could never have anticipated. The subject was evolving beyond the parameters of the experiment, and that evolution was accelerating with each passing day. Harry's research took on a new urgency as he delved deeper into the network's operational methods. The Foundation's annual reports contained sanitized case studies that described successful interventions, but when Harry cross-referenced these success stories with other public records, a different picture emerged. Children who were reported as successfully integrated into normal family situations often disappeared from all public records within a few years of their placement. No school enrollment records, no medical history, no social services follow-up. It was as if they had simply ceased to exist in any meaningful legal sense, becoming ghost children whose fates were known only to the network that had processed them. Harry suspected these children were the ones whose conditioning had been deemed successful, who had been transformed into assets useful for purposes that remained hidden from public scrutiny. The implications were staggering. For decades, Dumbledore's network had been harvesting vulnerable children, sorting them based on their potential utility, and either conditioning them into compliance or eliminating them if they proved resistant to control. The entire operation was funded by anonymous donors with resources that suggested governmental or institutional support, and it operated with a level of coordination that spanned multiple countries and bureaucratic systems. Harry leaned back in his chair, his mind reeling with the scope of what he had uncovered. This wasn't just about exposing one corrupt professor or even one criminal organization. This was about revealing a systematic program of child trafficking and murder that operated under the cover of legitimate charitable work and had been active for at least 30 years. But even as the magnitude of the discovery overwhelmed him, Harry's enhanced cognitive abilities were already working on the next phase of his investigation. If the network was this large and this well-funded, then there had to be people within legitimate law enforcement and governmental agencies who were either part of the conspiracy or positioned to investigate it if provided with sufficient evidence. The trick would be presenting his findings in a way that would be taken seriously by people who had no knowledge of magic or supernatural phenomena. But Harry suspected that the network's reliance on mundane institutional frameworks might actually be its greatest vulnerability. However carefully Dumbledore had hidden the magical aspects of his operation, the administrative infrastructure he had built left traces that could be investigated through conventional means. Harry spent his remaining time at the library researching investigative journalism and law enforcement procedures for reporting suspected child trafficking operations. The information was both encouraging and sobering. Legitimate authorities took such allegations seriously when presented with sufficient documentation, but they also required evidence that met strict standards of verification and legal admissibility. Harry's printed documents and digital photographs would provide a starting point, but he would need more concrete proof before approaching law enforcement agencies, preferably evidence that included testimony from victims or witnesses who could corroborate the pattern of abuse and manipulation he had identified. But finding such witnesses would require Harry to make contact with other survivors of the network's processing, and that meant venturing into territory that might expose him to detection by Dumbledore's monitoring systems. The professor's papers made it clear that the network maintained surveillance on former subjects, tracking their activities and intervening if they showed signs of discussing their experiences with unauthorized individuals. Harry gathered his printed documents and prepared to leave the library, his mind already turning to the question of how to establish secure communication with potential allies without triggering the network's security protocols. The partial loosening of his first binding had given him access to enhanced magical abilities, but it had also made him more visible to the monitoring spells that tracked his magical signature. The solution, Harry realized, might lie in using the very mundane methods that the network relied upon for its own operations. If Dumbledore's organization used conventional communication channels and institutional frameworks to coordinate its activities, then perhaps those same channels could be used to expose the truth about what they were doing. The walk back to Privet Drive gave Harry time to organize his thoughts and begin formulating a concrete plan of action. His enhanced cognitive abilities allowed him to hold multiple complex scenarios in his mind simultaneously, evaluating risks and potential outcomes with a precision that would have been impossible just weeks earlier. The key insight was that he didn't need to expose the magical aspects of Dumbledore's operation in order to destroy it. The network's criminal activities in the mundane world were extensive enough to warrant serious law enforcement attention on their own merits. Child trafficking, systematic abuse, financial fraud, and conspiracy charges could put Dumbledore and his associates in prison for decades, even if the magical elements of their crimes remained hidden. But Harry also understood that taking action against such a powerful and well-connected organization would put him in immediate danger. Once Dumbledore realized that his experimental subject had developed the knowledge and capability to threaten the entire network, the professor's response would be swift and decisive. Harry needed to be prepared for that confrontation, which meant accelerating his efforts to remove the remaining magical bindings that constrained his power. That evening, as the Dursley household settled into its usual routine of forced quiet and simmering hostility, Harry lay in his cupboard and studied the network of magical threads that surrounded him with new understanding. The partial removal of one binding had given him access to perhaps 10% of his natural magical capacity, but the remaining constraints were more complex and more heavily fortified than the one he had already compromised. Harry focused his attention on what appeared to be a secondary binding, one that seemed designed to limit his ability to sense the magical signatures of other people. If he could remove this constraint, he might be able to detect whether there were other magical individuals in his immediate environment who could potentially serve as allies or sources of information. The binding structure was more sophisticated than the first one he had tackled, incorporating what appeared to be automated reinforcement mechanisms that would strengthen the constraint if it detected tampering. But Harry's enhanced cognitive abilities allowed him to analyze the magical architecture with a precision that revealed potential vulnerabilities in the automated systems. Instead of attacking the binding directly, Harry began probing the reinforcement mechanisms themselves, looking for ways to disable or redirect their protective functions. It was delicate work, requiring absolute concentration and precise magical control, but Harry's partially restored abilities were more than sufficient for the task. After nearly 2 hours of careful manipulation, Harry managed to trick the reinforcement system into interpreting his tampering as routine maintenance rather than hostile action. With the automated defenses neutralized, the binding itself proved vulnerable to the same gradual loosening technique he had used on the first constraint. When the second binding finally gave way, the effect on Harry's magical perception was immediate and overwhelming. His enhanced magical sight suddenly expanded beyond the confines of the house, revealing the magical signatures of every person within several miles of Privet Drive. Most of the signatures were dim and sporadic, indicating people with little or no magical ability, but scattered throughout the neighborhood were brighter threads that suggested individuals with significant magical potential. But it was one signature in particular that made Harry's blood run cold with recognition. Just 2 streets away, in a house that Harry had passed dozens of times during his rare excursions outside, lived someone whose magical pattern matched perfectly with signatures he had seen in some of Dumbledore's most sensitive correspondence. This person wasn't just magically gifted, they were an active participant in the network's operations, positioned in Little Whinging, specifically to monitor and report on Harry's development. Mrs. Fig, the eccentric elderly woman who occasionally babysat for Dudley, and who had always seemed unnaturally interested in Harry's welfare. Her magical signature pulsed with the same artificial modifications that marked Dumbledore's other operatives, indicating that she had undergone conditioning or enhancement procedures that bound her to the network's objectives. Harry's enhanced mind immediately understood the implications. His every move outside the Dursley house had been observed and reported through channels that bypassed the magical monitoring spells entirely. Mrs. Fig's presence meant that Dumbledore had multiple redundant surveillance systems in place, ensuring that Harry remained under observation even if his magical signature became too difficult to track. But understanding the scope of the surveillance also revealed potential opportunities. If Mrs. Fig was an active network operative, then she would have access to communication channels and information networks that might prove useful if Harry could find a way to exploit them. The challenge would be approaching her without alerting Dumbledore to his enhanced capabilities or his growing knowledge of the network's operations. Harry spent the remainder of the night planning his approach, his enhanced cognitive abilities allowing him to develop multiple contingency scenarios and risk assessment protocols. The conversation would need to be carefully orchestrated to appear accidental, while providing Harry with the information he needed to understand the full extent of the network's local operations. But first, he needed to prepare for the possibility that the encounter might go badly. If Mrs. Fig realized that Harry had discovered her true role, she would undoubtedly report the contact to Dumbledore, triggering a response that could put Harry in immediate physical danger. He needed to have escape plans and defensive measures ready before attempting any direct contact with network operatives. The golden threads around Harry's heart pulsed with anticipation as he finalized his preparations. For weeks, he had been gathering information and enhancing his capabilities while maintaining the pretense of ignorance and compliance. But that phase of his development was coming to an end. Soon, he would have to take active steps that would reveal his transformed nature to the people who had spent years treating him as nothing more than an experimental subject. And when that moment came, Professor Albus Dumbledore would learn that subjects who developed the capacity for independent thought and action could become extremely dangerous to the systems designed to control them. The war between experimenter and subject was about to enter a new and far more perilous phase, and Harry intended to ensure that when the dust settled, it would be Dumbledore's network that lay in ruins, not the children it had spent decades systematically destroying. The deterioration began on a Tuesday morning in late August, manifesting first as a persistent metallic taste that filled Harry's mouth no matter how much water he managed to swallow. By Wednesday, his enhanced magical sight began flickering unpredictably, the golden threads around his core sometimes blazing so brightly they hurt to look at, other times dimming to barely visible wisps that left him feeling hollow and disconnected from his own power. Harry recognized the symptoms immediately from his research into magical binding theory. The partial removal of two constraints had destabilized the entire network of spells that suppressed his abilities, creating a cascade failure that would either result in complete liberation of his magical core or catastrophic magical discharge that could kill him outright. The academic texts had been quite clear about the timeline. Once binding degradation reached critical threshold, the subject had perhaps 72 hours before the situation became irreversibly lethal, which meant Harry's carefully planned timeline for gathering allies and building evidence had just been compressed from months into days. The Dursleys predictably interpreted his deteriorating condition as yet another manifestation of his inherent freakishness. Vernon's response to Harry's obvious physical distress was to increase the frequency and severity of verbal abuse, as if shouting could somehow force the boy's magical nature back into acceptable boundaries. Petunia watched Harry's decline with the clinical detachment of someone observing the progression of a disease she had long expected to prove fatal. But it was Dudley's reaction that proved most illuminating. Harry's cousin had always possessed a peculiar sensitivity to magical phenomena, manifesting as nightmares and unexplained anxiety whenever Harry's suppressed power spiked beyond normal parameters. Now, with Harry's magical signature fluctuating wildly as the binding network destabilized, Dudley's distress reached levels that even Vernon couldn't ignore. "The boy wakes up screaming every night," Petunia reported during one of her increasingly frequent late-night phone calls to Dumbledore. "Claims there are lights in his room, voices telling him things are about to change. Vernon wants to take him to a specialist, but I keep putting him off. How much longer do we have to maintain this charade?" Harry listened to these conversations from his cupboard with a mixture of satisfaction and grim determination. The monitoring spells that tracked his magical state were undoubtedly reporting the binding degradation back to Dumbledore in real time, which meant the professor would soon be forced to take direct action to either stabilize Harry's condition or eliminate the threat he represented. But Harry had no intention of waiting passively for Dumbledore's response. His enhanced cognitive abilities, sharpened by the magical fluctuations coursing through his system, had spent the past week developing contingency plans that would ensure his survival, regardless of how the professor chose to handle the crisis. The key insight was that Harry's deteriorating condition, while potentially fatal, also represented an unprecedented opportunity. For the first time since his magical sight had awakened, his power levels were fluctuating beyond the monitoring spell's ability to track accurately. The magical static generated by the binding breakdown created windows of opportunity where his activities might go undetected, at least temporarily. Harry had used these windows to prepare resources that would be crucial for the next phase of his plan. Hidden beneath the loose floorboard in his cupboard were not just the printed documents from his library research, but also a collection of items he had carefully gathered over the past weeks. Dudley's abandoned mobile phone, charged using magical energy during the brief periods when his power levels spiked high enough to interface with electronic systems. A detailed map of the local area, marked with the locations of potential allies and escape routes. And most importantly, a collection of carefully crafted letters addressed to law enforcement agencies, journalists, and child protection services, each one containing enough evidence about Dumbledore's network to trigger serious investigations. The letters were designed to be sent automatically if Harry failed to prevent their delivery through a simple, magical dead man's switch he had constructed during one of his power spikes. If Harry died or disappeared, if he failed to check in at predetermined intervals, or if the monitoring spells detected that his magical signature had been artificially suppressed beyond normal parameters, the letters would be delivered through mundane postal services that Dumbledore's network had no ability to intercept or control. But Harry's preferred outcome didn't involve posthumous revelation of the truth. He wanted to survive the binding collapse, escape from Privet Drive, and personally ensure that Dumbledore's network was dismantled piece by piece, which meant he needed to find a way to safely remove the remaining magical constraints before they killed him, and he needed to do it without alerting the monitoring spells to his activities. The solution, when it finally occurred to him during a particularly intense power spike on Thursday evening, was both elegant and terrifying in its implications. Instead of trying to remove the remaining bindings gradually, Harry could use the energy from the cascade failure itself to burn through all the constraints simultaneously. It would be incredibly dangerous, requiring precise timing and absolute magical control, but it offered the possibility of complete liberation rather than the slow death that binding degradation would otherwise guarantee. The technique was described in one of the folklore texts he had studied, buried in a dense academic discussion of Celtic magical practices that the author clearly considered purely historical. Sympathetic unbinding through resonance cascade was presented as a theoretical possibility that ancient practitioners had never actually attempted due to its potentially lethal consequences. But Harry was no longer the malnourished 8-year-old who had first awakened to magical sight. Weeks of enhanced cognitive function and partially restored magical ability had fundamentally altered his capabilities in ways that made previously impossible techniques seem merely difficult. And more importantly, he understood something about his own magical nature that even Dumbledore's extensive research had failed to anticipate. The power that flowed through Harry's golden threads wasn't just larger than normal magical capacity. It was qualitatively different, carrying resonances and harmonics that suggested his magical core had been shaped by forces beyond ordinary magical inheritance. Harry suspected this difference was why Dumbledore's binding network was failing ahead of schedule, why the constraints designed for normal magical children couldn't adequately contain whatever Harry's true nature actually was, which meant that a technique considered impossibly dangerous for ordinary magical practitioners might be merely challenging for someone whose power operated according to different fundamental principles. Harry spent Friday preparing for the unbinding attempt, using his fluctuating magical sight to map every remaining constraint in precise detail. The network was more complex than he had initially realized, incorporating not just power suppression spells, but also psychological conditioning elements designed to ensure compliance and prevent exactly the kind of independent action Harry was planning. But complexity, Harry had learned, often created vulnerabilities that simpler systems lacked. The more interconnected the binding network became, the more likely it was that disrupting one key component would cause cascading failures throughout the entire structure. Harry's enhanced cognitive abilities allowed him to identify the critical nodes where maximum disruption could be achieved with minimal energy expenditure. The plan was to wait until Saturday night, when the household would be asleep and external surveillance would be at minimum levels, then trigger a controlled resonance cascade that would shatter every remaining binding simultaneously. The technique required Harry to deliberately spike his magical output to dangerous levels, then use the resulting energy surge to create harmonics that would interfere destructively with the binding's structural integrity. If it worked, Harry would emerge from the process with his full magical capacity restored and complete freedom to act against Dumbledore's network. If it failed, the magical discharge would likely kill him instantly, but the dead man's switch would ensure that evidence of the network's crimes would still reach appropriate authorities. But as Saturday evening approached, Harry found his enhanced cognitive abilities generating increasingly sophisticated analyses of potential complications and alternative scenarios. The partial restoration of his magical abilities had made him acutely aware of magical signatures throughout the neighborhood, and what he was detecting suggested that Dumbledore had deployed additional resources to Little Whinging in response to the binding degradation. Mrs. Figg's magical signature had intensified significantly over the past few days, indicating that she had been equipped with enhanced monitoring or intervention capabilities. More concerning, Harry could now detect at least 3 other magical signatures in the immediate vicinity that hadn't been present during his previous observations. Professional operatives, based on the artificial modifications visible in their magical patterns, positioned to respond quickly if Harry's condition deteriorated beyond acceptable parameters. The implications were clear. Dumbledore had no intention of allowing Harry to die from binding collapse, but neither was he planning to restore Harry's freedom. The additional operatives were present to implement whatever contingency plan the professor had developed for managing a subject whose conditioning had proven inadequate for long-term control. Harry's enhanced mind immediately understood what this meant. If he attempted the resonance cascade technique while under such close surveillance, any magical discharge large enough to shatter the bindings would immediately trigger intervention from the operatives. He would have perhaps seconds between achieving liberation and facing capture or elimination by people whose magical abilities far exceeded his own partially restored capabilities, which meant Harry needed to create a diversion that would occupy the operatives' attention while he completed the unbinding process, something dramatic enough to require their immediate intervention, but contained enough that it wouldn't endanger innocent civilians or provide Dumbledore with justification for more extreme measures. The solution came to Harry during his final preparations on Saturday evening, as he lay in his cupboard listening to the Dursleys settling into their usual routines above. Vernon's heavy footsteps moving between kitchen and living room, Petunia's lighter tread as she completed her obsessive evening cleaning ritual, Dudley's bedroom door slamming as he retreated into the sanctuary of video games and junk food. 3 people whose lives had been shaped by their proximity to Harry's suppressed magical nature. 3 people who had unknowingly served as instruments of Dumbledore's experimental protocols. But also 3 people whose sudden magical enhancement would create exactly the kind of crisis that would demand immediate attention from every operative in the area. Harry had learned enough about magical theory to understand that prolonged exposure to suppressed magical energy created residual accumulation in nearby individuals, particularly those with blood connections to the magical source. Petunia's magical threads, dim and neglected though they were, showed clear signs of such accumulation. Even Vernon and Dudley, despite their complete lack of natural magical ability, carried traces of accumulated energy that could theoretically be activated under the right circumstances. If Harry could trigger a controlled release of this accumulated energy while simultaneously beginning his own unbinding process, the resulting magical chaos would force the operatives to prioritize containing the Dursleys' sudden magical manifestation over monitoring Harry's activities. It would provide perhaps 10 or 15 minutes of reduced surveillance, which should be sufficient time to complete the resonance cascade technique. The ethical implications of deliberately triggering magical manifestation in unwilling subjects gave Harry pause for perhaps 30 seconds, but his enhanced cognitive abilities quickly processed the moral calculus involved. The Dursleys had spent years participating in his systematic abuse under Dumbledore's direction, knowingly contributing to his suffering in exchange for financial compensation and social protection. Temporary magical discomfort seemed a remarkably mild consequence for such prolonged complicity. More importantly, once the truth about Dumbledore's network became public, the Dursleys would likely face criminal charges for their role in the abuse and trafficking of vulnerable children. A brief period of magical confusion seemed preferable to decades in prison, which was what they would otherwise face once Harry's evidence reached appropriate authorities. Harry spent the remaining hours until midnight refining his approach, using his fluctuating magical sight to map the accumulated energy patterns in each family member's system. Petunia's residual magic was the most extensive and would be the easiest to activate. Vernon's accumulation was smaller, but concentrated in ways that suggested it would manifest as dramatic but short-lived phenomena. Dudley's pattern was the most unpredictable, showing signs of natural magical sensitivity that had been suppressed through proximity to Harry's bound power. At precisely midnight, when the house had settled into the deep quiet that indicated genuine sleep rather than restless waiting, Harry began the most complex and dangerous magical working of his young life. The process started with careful manipulation of the accumulated energy in Petunia's system, using techniques adapted from the binding removal procedures he had already mastered. Instead of suppressing or containing the residual magic, Harry began encouraging it to flow more freely, gradually increasing the energy levels until they reached the threshold where spontaneous manifestation became inevitable. Petunia's sleeping form began to glow with a soft silver light that would have been invisible to normal vision, but blazed like a beacon to Harry's enhanced magical sight. The accumulated energy, freed from years of suppression, began seeking outlets for expression, creating random magical phenomena throughout the master bedroom. Vernon's pattern required a different approach. His accumulated energy was more volatile, but less organized, responding better to sudden release than gradual encouragement. Harry triggered a controlled discharge that sent waves of unfocused magical force rippling through the man's system, causing temporary enhancement of physical strength and sensory acuity that would manifest as confusion and disorientation rather than recognizable magical phenomena. But it was Dudley's pattern that proved most interesting. The boy's natural magical sensitivity, suppressed for years by proximity to Harry's bound power, responded to liberation with an intensity that surprised even Harry's enhanced perception. Golden threads similar to Harry's own began manifesting around Dudley's sleeping form, indicating that Dudley possessed genuine, if limited, magical ability that had been systematically suppressed throughout his childhood. The irony was not lost on Harry. Dumbledore's network had unknowingly created exactly the kind of magical awakening in Dudley that they spent so much effort preventing in their designated subjects. The professor's carefully controlled experiment had produced an uncontrolled variable that would significantly complicate any intervention attempts. As the Dursley family's magical signatures began spiking beyond normal parameters, Harry felt the monitoring operative's attention shift toward investigating the unexpected phenomena. Mrs. Figg's enhanced surveillance capabilities were suddenly focused on determining whether the magical disturbances represented a threat that required immediate intervention, which provided Harry with the window of opportunity he had been seeking. Harry closed his eyes and reached deep into his own magical core, grasping the network of bindings that had constrained his power for most of his conscious life. Instead of the careful, gradual pressure he had used to remove individual constraints, Harry embraced the chaotic energy generated by the binding degradation and channeled it into a technique that would either liberate him completely or destroy him in the attempt. The resonance cascade began as a low harmonic that seemed to emerge from the very foundations of the house, building in intensity and complexity as Harry's power synchronized with the frequencies that governed the binding network's structural integrity. Each constraint began vibrating at its natural resonant frequency, creating destructive interference patterns that weakened the magical bonds holding the entire system together. Pain beyond anything Harry had previously experienced coursed through his body as years of suppressed magical energy sought outlets for expression. But underneath the agony was something extraordinary. Power, raw and unlimited, flooding through channels that had been blocked since his earliest childhood. One by one, the bindings shattered under the resonance cascade's assault. Power suppression spells, psychological conditioning elements, monitoring enchantments, even the parasitic constructs that had been drawing energy from his core for unknown purposes, all of them crumbling as Harry's liberated magic reclaimed its natural patterns of flow and expression. The golden threads that had defined Harry's magical sight for weeks blazed with impossible brilliance, no longer constrained by artificial limitations. But more importantly, Harry could feel his magical core expanding to accommodate the restored power, revealing a capacity for magical energy that dwarfed anything he had imagined possible. This was what he had been meant to be, what his natural magical heritage should have allowed him to become if Dumbledore's interference hadn't artificially constrained his development. The power flowing through Harry's system wasn't just quantitatively different from normal magical ability. It operated according to principles that suggested his magical nature was fundamentally unlike that of ordinary wizards and witches. But Harry's moment of revelation was interrupted by the sound of splintering wood and the distinctive crack of apparition from the street outside. The operatives had realized that the Dursleys' magical manifestation was a diversion, and they were moving to contain whatever Harry had accomplished during their momentary distraction. Harry opened eyes that now blazed with liberated magical energy and smiled with satisfaction that was both childish and utterly terrifying. Let them come. Let Dumbledore's carefully trained operatives attempt to recapture a subject whose true magical capacity had been hidden even from the professor's extensive research. Because Harry Potter was no longer the helpless experimental subject who had awakened to magical sight in a cupboard under the stairs. He was something else entirely, something powerful and free and absolutely determined to ensure that Dumbledore's network of child abuse and trafficking would never harm another innocent victim. The war between experimenter and subject had entered its final phase, and Harry intended to ensure that when it ended, it would be the subjects who emerged victorious. The sensation of unrestricted magical power flowing through his system was nothing like what Harry had imagined during the weeks of careful planning that had led to this moment. His liberated magical core didn't just restore abilities that had been suppressed, it revealed capacities that seemed to operate according to entirely different principles than ordinary magical practice. Energy flowed through channels that extended beyond his physical body, connecting him to magical currents that spanned vast distances and touched sources of power he couldn't begin to identify. But Harry's moment of wonder was cut short by the sound of boots on gravel and the distinctive hiss of magical energy being channeled for combat purposes. Dumbledore's operatives had reached the front garden of No. 4 Privet Drive, and their magical signatures blazed with the artificial enhancements that marked them as professionals trained for exactly this type of containment operation. Harry rose from his cupboard with fluid grace that felt completely natural, despite being impossible just minutes earlier. His enhanced magical perception revealed the tactical deployment outside in precise detail. 3 operatives positioned to cover all exit routes, each one carrying magical implements that could subdue or eliminate a target without leaving traces that would complicate subsequent investigation. But what the operatives couldn't know, what even Dumbledore's extensive research had failed to anticipate, was that Harry's liberated magical nature included capabilities that transcended normal spatial limitations. The power flowing through his restored magical channels didn't just enhance his existing abilities, it provided access to forms of magical transportation that required no wands, no incantations, and no physical gestures that could be detected or countered by conventional defensive measures. Harry closed his eyes and reached out with his enhanced magical perception, searching for a destination that would provide both immediate safety and access to the resources he would need for the next phase of his plan. The magical world that had been hidden from him for his entire life suddenly became visible as a vast network of interconnected locations, each one pulsing with distinctive magical signatures that indicated their nature and accessibility. London called to him with particular intensity, its ancient magical districts layered beneath the mundane city like geological strata of accumulated power and history. Harry could sense specific locations within that magical geography. A marketplace where wizards and witches conducted business, government buildings that housed the bureaucracy of magical Britain, and most importantly, a bank whose magical signature carried overtones of neutrality and independence that suggested it might provide sanctuary from Dumbledore's political influence. But transportation to such a distant location, while under immediate threat from trained operatives, required more than just raw magical power. It demanded precise control and sophisticated understanding of magical principles that Harry's 8-year-old consciousness shouldn't have possessed under normal circumstances. The knowledge came to him anyway, flowing from some deep reservoir of inherited magical understanding that his liberated core had finally gained access to. Harry understood instinctively that his magical heritage included capabilities that had been systematically obscured by Dumbledore's binding network, abilities that connected him to magical traditions far older and more powerful than the standardized practices taught in contemporary magical education. Harry opened his eyes and extended his hand toward the locked cupboard door, not to manipulate the physical locks, but to create a doorway through space itself that would bypass the operative's containment entirely. The technique required him to temporarily align his magical signature with the natural magical currents that flowed beneath London, creating a resonance bridge that would allow instantaneous transportation across hundreds of miles. The cupboard door disappeared, replaced by a shimmering portal that opened onto a narrow alleyway between tall brick buildings. Harry could see cobblestones wet with recent rain, gas lamps that burned with flames touched by magical enhancement, and in the distance, the distinctive sound of magical commerce being conducted in languages both familiar and strange. But even as Harry prepared to step through the portal, his enhanced perception detected a shift in the operative's deployment outside. One of them, the team leader based on the authority patterns visible in her magical signature, had recognized the spatial distortion Harry's portal was creating and was preparing to counter it with disruption techniques that could collapse the bridge before Harry could complete his escape. Harry smiled with satisfaction. That would have been disturbing in any 8-year-old whose magical development had followed normal patterns. Let them try to disrupt his transportation magic. Let them discover exactly what happened when operatives trained in conventional magical countermeasures attempted to interfere with abilities that operated according to principles their training had never anticipated. Harry stepped through the portal just as the lead operative's disruption spell struck the spatial bridge he had created. But instead of collapsing the magical construct, the counterspell was absorbed and redirected by Harry's enhanced magical nature, feeding additional power into the transportation matrix and creating a feedback surge that overloaded the operative's magical implements with more energy than they were designed to handle. The distinctive crack of magical equipment failure echoed across Privet Drive as Harry's portal snapped shut behind him, leaving the operatives to explain to Dumbledore exactly how their carefully planned containment operation had been defeated by techniques that shouldn't have existed in the magical repertoire of any 8-year-old child, bound or unbound. Harry found himself standing in a narrow alleyway that seemed designed to be overlooked by casual observation. The buildings on either side rose high enough to block most natural light, creating a twilight atmosphere even in the middle of the day. But the magical illumination provided by strategically placed gas lamps revealed architectural details that spoke of centuries of continuous magical habitation. The air itself hummed with accumulated magical energy, thick enough that Harry could taste it on his tongue like copper and ozone. But underneath the general magical saturation were more specific signatures that provided information about the district's character and inhabitants. This was a place where magical business was conducted openly, where the concealment and secrecy that characterized most magical communities had been replaced by a more direct approach to integrating magical and mundane activities. Harry emerged from the alley onto a street that defied every assumption he had developed about how the magical world might be organized. Instead of the hidden enclaves and carefully concealed establishments he had expected, Diagon Alley presented itself as a fully functional magical commercial district that operated with the confidence of a community that had never needed to justify its existence to outside authorities. Shops lined both sides of the cobblestone street, their windows displaying goods that ranged from practical magical implements to exotic ingredients whose purposes Harry couldn't begin to guess. Witches and wizards moved between establishments with the casual efficiency of people conducting routine business, many of them accompanied by children whose magical education was clearly proceeding along lines very different from Harry's own suppressed development. But it was the bank that commanded Harry's immediate attention, its white marble facade rising above the surrounding shops like a declaration of permanence and authority. The building's magical signature carried overtones of ancient power and careful neutrality that suggested its inhabitants operated according to principles that transcended the political divisions of contemporary magical society. More importantly, for Harry's immediate needs, the bank's magical defenses were designed to protect assets and information rather than to exclude potential clients based on political affiliations or personal circumstances. If Dumbledore's influence extended throughout magical Britain's governmental and educational institutions, the bank might represent one of the few locations where Harry could seek assistance without immediately triggering additional containment attempts. Harry approached the bank's entrance with careful attention to the reactions of other people on the street. His appearance, he knew, was hardly typical of the clientele such an institution would normally serve. 8 years old, dressed in Dudley's cast-off clothing that was several sizes too large, and carrying no visible magical implements or documentation of his identity or financial standing. But Harry's liberated magical signature seemed to precede him, causing subtle changes in the behavior of nearby witches and wizards that suggested they could sense something unusual about his magical nature, even if they couldn't identify its specific characteristics. Conversations paused as he passed. Children stopped their play to stare with the unconscious recognition of potential that marked young, magical practitioners encountering power that exceeded their previous experience. The bank's entrance was guarded by creatures whose magical signatures were unlike anything Harry had encountered in his research or observation. Shorter than adult humans but powerfully built, with features that suggested non-human ancestry and magical capabilities that had been honed through centuries of professional application. Goblins, Harry realized, recognizing them from descriptions in the folklore texts he had studied. But these were not the diminished, domesticated magical creatures that academic sources had portrayed. These were practitioners of magical arts that predated wizarding civilization, operating according to traditions and capabilities that had been systematically underestimated by the very people who depended on their services. The goblin guards observed Harry's approach with interest that seemed professional rather than suspicious. Their magical perception was clearly sophisticated enough to recognize that his power signature was genuine rather than artificially enhanced, and more importantly, that his current distress was the result of recent magical trauma rather than inherent instability. One of the guards, distinguished by more elaborate ornamentation on his armor and weapons, stepped forward as Harry reached the entrance. His voice, when he spoke, carried the authority of someone accustomed to making decisions that affected the security of valuable assets. "State your business, young wizard. The bank provides services to all who can demonstrate legitimate need, but we require honesty about circumstances that might affect our ability to provide appropriate assistance." Harry met the goblin's gaze directly, recognizing that any attempt at deception would be immediately detected by magical senses that had been refined through centuries of professional practice. His enhanced cognitive abilities allowed him to formulate a response that would be both truthful and strategically effective. "I need medical attention for magical binding trauma," Harry said, his voice carrying more authority than should have been possible for someone his age. "I also need secure communication channels to contact law enforcement agencies about systematic magical child trafficking operations. And I need protection from the people who were responsible for my condition." The goblin's expression shifted from professional interest to sharp attention as Harry's words registered. Magical binding trauma in a child Harry's age was rare enough to warrant immediate medical intervention, but the mention of systematic trafficking suggested political complications that would require careful handling. The guard gestured toward the bank's entrance with a motion that was both invitation and command. "Present yourself to the medical staff for immediate evaluation. If your condition is as serious as you suggest, treatment will be provided regardless of your current financial circumstances. Other services will be evaluated based on the medical assessment and verification of your claims." Harry nodded his understanding and followed the goblin into the bank's interior, leaving behind the bustling commercial activity of Diagon Alley for an environment that radiated competence and discretion in equal measure. The main banking hall was a study in controlled opulence, with marble floors and pillars that spoke of institutional permanence, while magical security measures provided protection that was both comprehensive and subtly implemented. But it was the medical facility that truly impressed Harry with its sophisticated understanding of magical healing practices. The goblin healers who examined him operated according to diagnostic techniques that combined traditional magical assessment with scientific precision that exceeded anything Harry had encountered in his research into magical theory. The lead healer, introduced as Healer Ironforge, possessed magical capabilities that allowed her to examine Harry's condition at levels of detail that would have been impossible using conventional magical practices. Her assessment was thorough, professional, and deeply disturbing in its implications. "You've been subjected to binding spells of unusual sophistication," she informed Harry as her examination concluded. The magical architecture involved indicates knowledge of advanced binding theory that exceeds normal educational standards. More concerning, the bindings show signs of having been applied during your earliest childhood, possibly within days of your birth. Harry nodded grimly, unsurprised by the confirmation of what his own research had already suggested. "What I need to know is whether the removal process has caused permanent damage to my magical development." Healer Ironforge consulted her diagnostic instruments with expressions that shifted from professional concern to something approaching amazement. "Your magical core shows no signs of permanent damage from the binding removal. In fact, your natural magical capacity appears to exceed normal parameters by a significant margin. The bindings weren't just suppressing your abilities, they were containing power levels that would be considered extraordinary even among adult practitioners." The implications of this assessment were profound, but Harry forced himself to focus on immediate practical concerns rather than the broader questions about his magical heritage that the healer's findings raised. "Is my condition stable enough to allow me to take action against the people responsible for the bindings?" Healer Ironforge's expression became carefully neutral as she recognized the political implications of Harry's question. "That would depend on what kind of action you're contemplating. Your magical core is stable, and your natural abilities are fully functional, but engaging in magical combat would be inadvisable until you've had time to adapt to your restored capabilities." Harry smiled with satisfaction that carried undertones his 8-year-old appearance couldn't completely conceal. "I'm not planning magical combat. I'm planning to provide evidence of systematic child trafficking to law enforcement agencies that have the authority to investigate and prosecute such crimes. What I need from the bank is secure communication channels that can't be intercepted or manipulated by the people I'm exposing." The healer's expression shifted to something that might have been approval, mixed with professional caution. "Such services are available, but they would require authorization from the bank's security department. The evidence you're offering would need to be evaluated for authenticity and legal implications before any communication could be facilitated." Harry reached into Dudley's oversized jacket and withdrew the carefully organized collection of documents and photographs he had gathered during his weeks of research. Academic papers documenting Dumbledore's theoretical framework for child manipulation, financial records revealing the scope of the Foundation network, organizational charts showing the connections between seemingly legitimate charitable organizations, and most damning of all, Dumbledore's personal correspondence detailing the specific protocols for Harry's own abuse. The evidence package represented hundreds of hours of careful research and documentation compiled by Harry's enhanced cognitive abilities into a presentation that would be compelling to any law enforcement professional with the training to recognize systematic criminal activity. Healer Ironforge examined the documents with growing amazement that gradually shifted to horror as the scope of Dumbledore's operations became clear. This represents evidence of criminal activity that spans multiple decades and involves hundreds of potential victims. If authentic, this information would justify immediate investigation by international law enforcement agencies. The key word being "if," Harry acknowledged. "Which is why I need the bank's resources to verify the authenticity of the evidence and ensure it reaches appropriate authorities through channels that can't be compromised by the people it implicates." Healer Ironforge gathered up the evidence package with movements that suggested she was handling materials that could fundamentally alter the political landscape of magical Britain. "I'll need to consult with the security department about the procedures for handling information of this sensitivity. But based on your medical condition and the apparent authenticity of these documents, I believe the bank would be justified in providing the assistance you're requesting." As Harry waited for the security consultation to conclude, he found himself studying the magical signatures of the bank's staff and clientele through his enhanced perception. The institution operated according to principles of neutrality and independence that were apparently genuine rather than merely claimed, unlike the magical signatures he had observed in Dumbledore's operatives, which showed clear signs of artificial modification and external control. The goblins demonstrated magical patterns that suggested centuries of autonomous development and fiercely guarded independence. More importantly, the bank's magical defenses were designed to protect against exactly the kind of political manipulation and external pressure that Dumbledore's network relied upon to maintain its operations. Harry might finally have found allies whose commitment to neutrality would prevent them from being corrupted or intimidated by the professor's influence. The security consultation concluded with the arrival of a goblin whose magical signature carried authority that exceeded even the bank's medical staff. Director Goldclaw, according to his introduction, held responsibility for evaluating requests that involved potential political complications and international legal implications. His examination of Harry's evidence was methodical and comprehensive, conducted with resources that confirmed the bank's reputation for sophisticated information analysis. But it was his assessment of Harry's own magical signature that produced the most significant revelation of the entire encounter. "Your magical pattern indicates heritage that extends beyond normal wizarding ancestry," Director Goldclaw informed Harry after completing his evaluation. "The power signature you're displaying suggests connection to magical traditions that predate contemporary magical civilization. More importantly, your abilities appear to include capabilities that would be considered extraordinarily rare among practicing wizards." Harry nodded his understanding, unsurprised by the confirmation of what his own enhanced perception had already suggested. "What I need to know is whether those capabilities include the ability to protect myself and others from retaliation, while this evidence is being investigated." Director Goldclaw's expression became thoughtful as he considered the implications of Harry's question. "Your natural magical defenses would be formidable against conventional magical attack, but the people you're exposing have access to resources that extend beyond simple magical confrontation. They operate through institutional channels that could pose threats requiring protection that exceeds individual magical capability." Which brought Harry to the final element of his plan, the part that would determine whether his escape from Privet Drive would lead to genuine freedom or merely a different form of captivity. "I need sanctuary," he said simply. "Somewhere I can continue my education and development without interference from Dumbledore's network, while law enforcement agencies investigate the evidence I've provided." Director Goldclaw smiled with an expression that suggested Harry's request aligned with institutional policies that the bank had maintained for exactly such circumstances. "Sanctuary," he said, "can certainly be provided. The bank maintains facilities specifically designed for protecting individuals whose safety has been compromised by political circumstances beyond their control." But as Harry prepared to accept the bank's offer of protection, his enhanced magical perception detected a disturbance in the magical signatures outside the building that suggested his location had been discovered by people whose intentions were decidedly hostile. Dumbledore's operatives had apparently tracked his transportation magic to Diagon Alley, and they were preparing to attempt an extraction that would return Harry to his former captivity, regardless of the bank's neutrality policies. Harry smiled grimly as he sensed the approaching confrontation. Let them come. Let Dumbledore's carefully trained professionals attempt to breach goblin neutrality and discover exactly what happened when institutional independence was challenged by people who had grown accustomed to operating without effective opposition. The war between experimenter and subject was about to enter a new phase, one that would test whether Harry's liberation was genuine or merely a temporary respite before the return to systematic suppression and control. The Goblin Medical Facility's diagnostic chambers hummed with magical energy as healer Ironforge completed the most comprehensive magical assessment Harry had ever experienced. Arrays of crystalline instruments recorded data about his magical signature with precision that exceeded anything described in the academic texts he had studied, while enchanted monitoring devices tracked the residual effects of the binding network that had constrained his power for most of his conscious life. But it was the financial assessment that proved most shocking, revealing the true scope of Dumbledore's systematic theft and manipulation over the past 8 years. Director Goldclaw presented the findings with the clinical precision of someone accustomed to delivering information that fundamentally altered his client's understanding of their circumstances. Your family vaults contain assets that were accumulated over centuries of magical investment and inheritance, he informed Harry, as holographic displays showed account balances that exceeded anything Harry could have imagined possible. Conservative estimates place your total inheritance at approximately 47 million galleons, not including properties, business interests, and magical artifacts held in separate secured storage. The numbers were staggering, but Harry's enhanced cognitive abilities immediately grasped the implications that extended far beyond simple wealth. This wasn't just about money that had been stolen. It was about resources that could have provided him with educational opportunities, medical care, and most importantly, protection from the systematic abuse he had endured at Privet Drive. More concerning, Director Goldclaw continued, is evidence of systematic unauthorized access to your accounts over the past 8 years. Withdrawals totaling approximately 200,000 galleons have been made using forged authorization documents, with funds directed to accounts controlled by various charitable foundations and educational institutions. Harry felt cold fury building in his chest as the scope of Dumbledore's financial manipulation became clear. The professor hadn't just orchestrated his physical and psychological abuse, he had also stolen the resources that could have provided alternatives to that abuse, ensuring that Harry remained trapped in conditions of artificial scarcity, while his inheritance funded the very network responsible for his suffering. But the financial theft was merely one component of a broader pattern of legal manipulation that had systematically stripped Harry of every protection normally afforded to magical children. Director Goldclaw's investigation had revealed documentation showing that Dumbledore had used his position as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot to establish legal guardianship over Harry through emergency provisions that bypassed normal oversight requirements. The guardianship appointment had been justified through testimony, claiming that Harry's magical instability posed a threat to public safety, requiring specialized containment and monitoring that only Dumbledore's network possessed the expertise to provide. But the documentation supporting these claims consisted entirely of reports generated by institutions that were themselves part of Dumbledore's foundation network, creating a circular justification system that served to legitimize what was essentially legal kidnapping. Your legal status has been deliberately obscured through systematic manipulation of wizarding law, Director Goldclaw explained, as he displayed court documents that revealed the extent of Dumbledore's institutional control. The guardianship provisions grant Professor Dumbledore authority over your medical care, educational placement, and financial assets until your 17th birthday. More concerning, the emergency powers associated with the guardianship include authorization to use any means necessary to maintain your containment if you're deemed a threat to magical society. The implications were chilling. Harry's escape from Privet Drive and his appearance at Gringotts would undoubtedly be interpreted as evidence of the magical instability that Dumbledore's documentation claimed to address. The professor now had legal justification to use increasingly extreme measures to recapture Harry, including methods that would normally be considered illegal assault or kidnapping when applied to any other magical child. But Director Goldclaw's presentation included information that provided Harry with his first real hope for legal protection since his magical sight had awakened. Goblin law, he explained, recognized principles of financial sovereignty that superseded wizarding legal authority when those authorities were demonstrably corrupt or acting against their subjects' legitimate interests. The systematic theft from your accounts provides grounds for asserting goblin legal jurisdiction over your case, Director Goldclaw informed Harry with satisfaction that suggested he relished the opportunity to challenge wizarding legal authority. Under Goblin law, individuals whose financial assets have been criminally misappropriated are entitled to protection and advocacy, regardless of their nominal legal status in wizarding society. The offer was remarkable, but Harry's enhanced cognitive abilities immediately recognized the potential complications that acceptance would create. Placing himself under Goblin legal protection would provide sanctuary from Dumbledore's immediate reach, but it would also commit him to a form of advocacy that might pursue Goblin interests as much as his own. What exactly would Goblin legal protection entail? Harry asked, knowing that understanding the full terms of any agreement would be crucial for maintaining his independence while securing the assistance he needed. Director Goldclaw smiled with an expression that revealed considerable satisfaction at Harry's caution. Goblin legal protection provides absolute sanctuary within bank facilities, secure communication channels for coordinating with external legal authorities, and most importantly, access to Goblin legal expertise for challenging wizarding court decisions through international magical law. But the protection comes with obligations. You would be required to cooperate fully with Goblin investigations into the financial crimes committed against your estate. You would also be expected to provide testimony and evidence for legal proceedings that might extend well beyond your individual case. The terms were reasonable, but Harry recognized that accepting Goblin protection would fundamentally alter the trajectory of his plans for exposing Dumbledore's network. Instead of operating independently to gather evidence and coordinate with law enforcement, he would become part of a Goblin legal strategy that might prioritize financial crimes over the broader pattern of child trafficking and abuse. But as Harry considered his options, his enhanced magical perception detected changes in the magical signatures throughout Diagon Alley that suggested his decision would need to be made quickly. The disturbances he had sensed earlier were intensifying, indicating that Dumbledore's operatives were preparing for an intervention that would attempt to extract Harry from the bank, regardless of Goblin neutrality policies. More concerning, the magical patterns Harry was detecting suggested that the approaching operatives included individuals whose power signatures exceeded those of the team that had failed to contain him at Privet Drive. Dumbledore was apparently escalating his response to match the threat that Harry's liberation represented to his carefully maintained network of control. Director Goldclaw's expression became grimly satisfied as his own security systems detected the approaching magical disturbance. It appears that Professor Dumbledore believes his legal authority supersedes Goblin sovereignty over our own facilities. This presents an excellent opportunity to clarify the limits of wizarding jurisdiction when it conflicts with established Goblin law. The director activated communication crystals that sent alerts throughout the bank's security network, summoning responses that Harry could sense building in the chambers and corridors surrounding the medical facility. But these weren't just conventional security measures. The magical signatures Harry detected suggested defensive capabilities that had been refined through centuries of protecting Goblin independence from external political pressure. "I accept your offer of legal protection," Harry said, recognizing that the approaching confrontation would demonstrate whether Goblin neutrality was genuine or merely another form of political manipulation. "But I also need guarantees that your legal strategy will address the broader criminal network, not just the financial crimes committed against my estate." Director Goldclaw nodded with approval that suggested Harry's conditions aligned with Goblin interests in ways that extended beyond simple legal advocacy. "Our investigation has already revealed evidence suggesting that Professor Dumbledore's financial manipulations are merely one component of a systematic criminal enterprise that violates international magical law in numerous ways. Pursuing justice for the crimes against your estate will necessarily expose the broader network of trafficking and abuse." The agreement was formalized through a magical contract that provided Harry with protections he hadn't known existed while committing him to cooperation that seemed reasonable given the alternatives. But even as the contract took effect, Harry's enhanced perception detected the first signs of magical combat, beginning in the area immediately surrounding the bank. Dumbledore's operatives had apparently decided to test Goblin resolve through direct action, applying magical pressure to the bank's defensive perimeter in ways designed to create opportunities for infiltration or extraction. But their approach demonstrated fundamental misunderstanding of both Goblin defensive capabilities and the institutional commitment to independence that those capabilities protected. The bank's response was immediate, professional, and devastatingly effective. Magical countermeasures that had been developed through centuries of protecting Goblin sovereignty activated with precision that exceeded anything Harry had observed in his research into magical combat theory. The operative's assault was not just repelled, it was redirected back toward its sources with amplification that left several of the attackers requiring immediate medical attention. But more importantly, from Harry's perspective, the failed assault provided Director Goldclaw with legal justification for actions that would fundamentally alter the balance of power between Goblin independence and wizarding political authority. Under Goblin law, attempts to breach bank security constituted acts of war that warranted responses proportional to the threat they represented. Professor Dumbledore has chosen to escalate this situation beyond simple legal dispute, Director Goldclaw informed Harry, as reports of the failed assault reached the medical facility. His operative's attempt to breach our sovereignty provides grounds for formal charges through international magical law enforcement, charges that will expose his entire network to investigation by authorities beyond his political control. The implications were staggering. Harry's escape from Privet Drive and his decision to seek Goblin protection had triggered a confrontation that would expose Dumbledore's systematic criminal activity to international scrutiny. But the professor's response had also revealed the desperation underlying his carefully maintained facade of legitimate authority. Someone accustomed to operating without effective opposition didn't lightly authorize direct assault on Goblin sovereignty. Dumbledore's decision to escalate the confrontation suggested that Harry's evidence represented a threat to the network that couldn't be managed through normal political manipulation or legal maneuvering. As Director Goldclaw coordinated the bank's legal response to the assault, Harry found himself studying the magical signatures of the Goblin security forces with growing appreciation for the sophistication of their defensive systems. These weren't primitive magical practitioners operating according to outdated traditions. They were professionals whose magical capabilities had been refined through centuries of protecting genuine independence from external pressure. More importantly, their commitment to neutrality appeared to be based on practical understanding of the advantages that independence provided, rather than abstract political principles that might be compromised under sufficient pressure. Harry had finally found allies whose interests aligned with his own, not because of sentiment or ideology, but because protecting him served to protect the broader principles that governed their own institutional autonomy. But the successful defense against Dumbledore's operatives had also revealed information about Harry's own magical capabilities that raised questions he wasn't yet prepared to answer. During the assault, his enhanced magical perception had automatically analyzed the combat techniques being used by both sides, and his magical core had begun generating defensive responses that exceeded his conscious control. The responses weren't just powerful, they were sophisticated in ways that suggested knowledge of magical combat theory that Harry had never studied. His liberated magical heritage apparently included instinctive understanding of techniques that would normally require years of specialized training to master. Healer Ironforge completed her analysis of these involuntary magical responses with expressions that shifted from professional interest to something approaching awe. Your magical signature during the defensive response indicates access to combat techniques that aren't taught in contemporary magical education, she informed Harry, as her instruments displayed readings that seemed to surprise even her extensive experience. The power patterns you generated suggest connection to magical traditions that predate modern wizarding civilization. The information confirmed what Harry had already suspected about his unusual magical heritage. But it also raised questions about the true scope of Dumbledore's interest in controlling his development. If Harry's magical capabilities included access to lost or forbidden techniques, then the professor's binding network might have been designed to suppress specific abilities rather than simply limiting general magical power. But Harry's speculation about his heritage was interrupted by the arrival of additional Goblin security personnel, who brought news that fundamentally altered the strategic situation. Director Goldclaw's response to the assault had triggered formal diplomatic protests from Goblin communities throughout Europe, creating political pressure that was forcing wizarding governments to distance themselves from Dumbledore's actions. More importantly, the international magical law enforcement agencies that Director Goldclaw had contacted were responding with investigative resources that would examine Harry's evidence through procedures that couldn't be compromised by local political influence. The professor's assault on the bank had transformed what might have been a local legal dispute into an international incident with implications for the broader relationship between Goblin sovereignty and wizarding political authority. Your evidence is being transmitted through secure diplomatic channels to investigative teams in 17 countries, Director Goldclaw reported with satisfaction that was both professional and personal. Professor Dumbledore's attempt to recapture you through force has provided these investigators with additional evidence of the criminal methods his network employs when threatened with exposure. The scope of the response was overwhelming, but Harry recognized that it also created new vulnerabilities that would require careful management. International investigations moved slowly and according to procedures that prioritized legal precision over immediate protection of vulnerable individuals. Harry would need to remain under Goblin protection for potentially months while the evidence was evaluated and formal charges were developed. But the bank's medical facilities had also revealed information about his condition that suggested extended sanctuary might provide benefits beyond simple protection from Dumbledore's retaliation. The binding removal process had destabilized his magical development in ways that required careful monitoring and gradual adjustment to prevent complications that could affect his long-term magical health. Your magical core is adapting to liberation faster than normal healing patterns would predict, Healer Ironforge explained, as her latest diagnostics revealed continued evolution in Harry's magical signature. But the adaptation process will continue for several months, during which time your capabilities will continue expanding and changing. Medical supervision during this period will be essential for ensuring that your development proceeds safely. The extended timeline for both legal proceedings and medical recovery meant that Harry would have months to develop his magical abilities under professional supervision while building the alliances he would need for the eventual confrontation with Dumbledore's network. The professor's desperate assault on the bank had inadvertently provided Harry with exactly the resources and protection he needed to transform from escaped subject to genuine threat to the entire criminal enterprise. As evening approached and the bank's security system settled into heightened defensive postures that would protect against any additional rescue attempts, Harry found himself studying the magical signatures of Diagon Alley with newfound appreciation for the complexity of the magical world that had been hidden from him for so long. This was what his life should have been, what his magical education and development could have included if Dumbledore's manipulation hadn't reduced him to an experimental subject whose suffering was carefully calibrated to produce optimal compliance. The magical community that thrived in Diagon Alley represented possibilities for growth and achievement that Harry was only beginning to understand. But understanding those possibilities also reinforced his determination to ensure that other magical children would never experience the systematic suppression and abuse that had defined his own childhood. The evidence he had provided to international investigators would expose Dumbledore's network, but dismantling the institutional structures that enabled such abuse would require sustained effort that extended well beyond any single legal proceeding. Harry settled into the comfortable quarters that Director Goldclaw had provided, his enhanced magical perception monitoring the defensive systems that protected the bank, while his cognitive abilities planned the next phases of his campaign against the network that had stolen so many years of his life. The war between subject and experimenter was entering a new phase, one that would test whether the institutional protections that governed civilized magical society were strong enough to prevent the systematic exploitation of vulnerable children by people who claimed to serve the greater good. And Harry intended to ensure that when the final reckoning came, it would be the subjects who emerged victorious. The sanctuary quarters Director Goldclaw had provided exceeded anything Harry might have imagined during his years in the cupboard under the stairs. 3 rooms carved from the living rock beneath Diagon Alley, connected by passages that hummed with protective enchantments and furnished with comfortable seating areas, a private library filled with books on magical theory, and most remarkably, a practice chamber where Harry could safely explore his expanding magical abilities without triggering external monitoring systems. But it was the arrival of other children that transformed Harry's sanctuary from simple refuge into the foundation for something far more significant. They came individually at first, brought by goblin security teams that had been conducting discreet investigations throughout magical Britain based on information derived from Harry's evidence package. Children whose circumstances bore disturbing similarities to Harry's own experience, who had been placed in situations that seemed designed to suppress their natural magical development while creating psychological dependency on authority figures whose benevolence masked systematic exploitation. The first to arrive was a girl perhaps 9 years old, with auburn hair and green eyes that carried the particular wariness Harry recognized from his own reflection during the worst periods of his captivity. She introduced herself as Lily Evans, and the name sent a shock of recognition through Harry's enhanced magical perception that revealed connections he couldn't immediately understand. The girl's magical signature carried resonances that felt familiar in ways that transcended simple coincidence, suggesting heritage or magical connection that linked her circumstances to Harry's own in ways that Dumbledore's network had apparently recognized and exploited. But more immediately concerning was the evidence of magical binding that surrounded her magical core, constraints that were similar to those Harry had endured, but adapted to suppress different specific capabilities. Lily's bindings were focused on emotional magical response, systematically suppressing her ability to channel power through feelings of anger, fear, or protective instinct. The result was a child whose natural magical defenses had been eliminated, leaving her vulnerable to exactly the kinds of psychological manipulation that Dumbledore's Foundation network specialized in providing. But the bindings also revealed information about the network's operational methods that expanded Harry's understanding of their systematic approach to magical child trafficking. Each child's constraints were individually designed based on detailed assessment of their natural magical capabilities, with suppression techniques calibrated to create specific psychological profiles that would be useful for different purposes within the network's broader objectives. The second child to arrive was a boy near Harry's own age, whose circumstances revealed an even more disturbing aspect of the network's operations. Marcus Flint introduced himself with the careful politeness of someone who had been thoroughly conditioned to please authority figures, but his magical signature carried artificial modifications that exceeded anything Harry had previously encountered. The transformation of Hogwarts itself reflected the magnitude of what the Protection Alliance had undertaken. Entire wings of the castle had been converted into training facilities, where magical children learned defensive techniques that most wizards never mastered. The grounds hosted practice areas where families worked together to develop coordinated responses to magical attacks. Even the ancient ward schemes that protected the school had been enhanced with innovations that drew upon centuries of magical defense theory from around the world. But perhaps the most significant change was the presence of Sirius Black, whose dramatic escape from Azkaban 3 months earlier had been facilitated by intelligence that Harry had gathered through his connection to Voldemort. The man who sat at Augusta's right hand bore little resemblance to the wild-eyed fugitive whose photograph had adorned wanted posters throughout magical Britain. Months of proper nutrition and magical healing had restored much of his physical health, while his reunion with Harry had provided the emotional anchor that had allowed him to reclaim his sanity. The story of Sirius's escape and exoneration had become one of the Protection Alliance's greatest triumphs, demonstrating that their intelligence-gathering capabilities could be used not just for defense, but for justice. When Harry's visions revealed that Peter Pettigrew was alive and hiding in his animagus form, Augusta had mobilized resources to track down the traitor whose false testimony had sent an innocent man to prison for 12 years. The capture of Pettigrew had required careful planning and precise execution, as the cowardly wizard had spent years perfecting his ability to hide among unsuspecting Muggle families. But Harry's connection to Voldemort provided insights into Pettigrew's psychology and likely hiding places that conventional investigation techniques could never have uncovered. "He's terrified of being found by either side," Harry had explained during the planning sessions that preceded Pettigrew's capture. "Voldemort thinks he's dead, and the Ministry thinks he's a hero, so he's been living as a pet in families with children because he thinks that's the last place anyone would look for a Death Eater." The raid that resulted in Pettigrew's capture had been conducted by a joint team of Aurors and Protection Alliance members, with Harry himself present to provide real-time intelligence about the traitor's emotional state and likely escape routes. When Pettigrew finally attempted to flee, he found himself facing not just professional magical law enforcement, but a 9-year-old wizard whose mastery of defensive magic had reached levels that defied conventional understanding. Sirius's formal exoneration had taken place in the same courtroom where Harry's custody battle had been fought, but the proceedings this time had focused less on legal technicalities and more on the fundamental question of how the magical justice system could prevent such miscarriages from occurring in the future. Augusta had used the opportunity to advocate for comprehensive reforms that would protect accused individuals from the kind of summary judgment that had destroyed Sirius's life. The reunion between Harry and his godfather had been emotional in ways that even Augusta's considerable experience with traumatized children had not prepared her for. Sirius represented Harry's last connection to his parents, but more than that, he was living proof that some injustices could be corrected and some losses could be recovered, even after years of suffering. "You look so much like James," Sirius had said during their first private conversation, his voice thick with emotion as he studied Harry's face with desperate attention. "But you have your mother's eyes, and more importantly, you have her heart." Lily always said that love was the most powerful magic in the world, and seeing what you've built here proves she was right. The integration of Sirius into the Protection Alliance had brought capabilities that complemented Augusta's strategic thinking and Harry's intelligence gathering perfectly. Sirius possessed an intimate knowledge of dark wizard psychology that came from his own family's involvement in such circles, combined with aura training that had made him one of the most effective magical investigators of his generation before his wrongful imprisonment. But perhaps more importantly, Sirius understood Harry in ways that even Augusta could not, recognizing in the boy the same combination of inherited courage and learned caution that had characterized his parents' approach to fighting dark magic. Under Sirius's guidance, Harry began developing skills that went beyond defensive magic to include investigation techniques, strategic planning, and the kind of leadership abilities that would be essential for the challenges ahead. The expansion of the Protection Alliance into an international movement had brought both opportunities and complications that tested every aspect of the organization's structure and philosophy. Magical families from France, Germany, and even distant Scandinavia had requested membership, bringing with them cultural traditions and magical practices that enriched the Alliance's capabilities while creating new challenges for coordination and communication. The most significant international development had been the formal alliance with the Beauxbatons Academy, whose headmistress, Madame Maxime, had been so impressed by reports of the Protection Alliance's training methods that she had requested direct cooperation between the two institutions. This partnership had brought some of the most advanced magical scholars in Europe to Hogwarts, where they worked with Augusta and her team to develop new approaches to magical education that emphasized protection and mutual aid over competition and individual achievement. But it was the involvement of the International Confederation of Wizards that truly legitimized the Protection Alliance as a force for change in the magical world. When delegates from 12 different magical governments attended the September gathering, they brought with them official recognition that the Alliance's work represented something unprecedented in magical history. A grassroots movement that had successfully challenged institutional failures and created practical alternatives. Harry's role in these international discussions had evolved far beyond what anyone might have expected from a 9-year-old wizard, regardless of his fame or abilities. His combination of moral clarity, practical experience with magical defense, and unique insight into dark wizard psychology made him a valuable contributor to conversations about magical security policy that would have challenged adult experts. When the delegate from the Swiss Magical Council questioned whether the Alliance's training methods might be creating magical children who were too focused on conflict and not enough on the peaceful pursuits that should characterize magical education, Harry's response demonstrated the depth of thought he brought to such questions. "Sir," Harry said with the respectful attention that Augusta had taught him to show to all adults, regardless of whether he agreed with their opinions, "I think there's a difference between being prepared for conflict and looking for it. We don't teach children to fight because we want them to hurt people, but because we want them to be able to protect themselves and the people they care about when fighting is the only option left." He paused, his green eyes reflecting the weight of personal experience that gave his words authority beyond his years. "I spent 7 years being hurt by people who were stronger than me, and I never want any other child to feel as helpless as I felt then. Teaching magic for protection isn't about creating conflict. It's about making sure that good people have the tools they need to stop bad people from hurting others." The delegate's thoughtful nod and subsequent questions revealed that Harry had successfully articulated a philosophical position that resonated with magical leaders who were struggling to balance their community's traditional emphasis on peaceful magical practice with the growing evidence that dark wizards were becoming more organized and dangerous. But the most dramatic moment of the international gathering came when Albus Dumbledore himself requested permission to address the assembled delegates. His appearance in the Great Hall created a tension that was palpable, as everyone present understood that this would be the first time since his public humiliation over Harry's case that he would speak before a major magical audience. Dumbledore's speech was a masterpiece of political rehabilitation, acknowledging his mistakes in Harry's case while positioning himself as someone who had learned from those errors and was prepared to support the Alliance's work going forward. He spoke eloquently about the need for institutional change and the importance of listening to children's voices in decisions that affected their welfare. But Harry, whose connection to Voldemort had given him considerable experience in detecting deception and manipulation, sensed something beneath Dumbledore's carefully crafted words that made him deeply uneasy. The old wizard's emotions during the speech carried undercurrents of frustration and calculation that suggested his public support for the Alliance might not reflect his private intentions. This suspicion was confirmed 3 days later, when Harry experienced one of his most detailed visions yet of Voldemort's activities. The Dark Wizard was meeting with someone whose magical signature felt familiar but distorted, and the conversation they were having revealed plans that would put every member of the Protection Alliance at risk. The meeting was taking place in a location that Harry recognized from his studies of magical history, and the identity of Voldemort's collaborator became clear when the vision showed a figure whose appearance matched perfectly with someone who had been present at Hogwarts just days earlier. The implications were staggering and demanded immediate action. "Augusta," Harry said urgently, as he found her in the strategy room where she had been planning training schedules for the following week, "I need to tell you about what I just saw. Professor Dumbledore is working with Voldemort." The accusation was so shocking that Augusta's first instinct was to dismiss it as a misinterpretation of Harry's vision. But as Harry described the details of what he had witnessed, including conversations that could only have taken place between people who were actively coordinating their efforts, the evidence became impossible to ignore. Dumbledore had not been seeking to support the Protection Alliance, but to infiltrate and ultimately control it, using his position at Hogwarts to gather intelligence about their activities and capabilities that he was then sharing with Voldemort. His apparent reconciliation with Harry had been calculated theatre designed to regain access to information that would allow the Dark Wizard to strike at the Alliance's most vulnerable points. The discovery of Dumbledore's betrayal sent shockwaves through the Alliance that threatened to destroy everything they had built. Families who had come to Hogwarts seeking safety found themselves exposed to the very danger they had been trying to escape. International delegates, who had been preparing to formalize cooperation agreements, suddenly questioned whether the Alliance could provide the security it promised. But rather than fragmenting under the pressure of this revelation, the Protection Alliance responded with the kind of coordinated determination that had made it successful from its earliest days. Augusta immediately activated security protocols that had been developed for exactly this kind of internal threat, while Sirius began coordinating the evacuation of the most vulnerable families to secure locations that Dumbledore had never known about. Harry himself took on the responsibility of monitoring Voldemort's activities through their connection, providing real-time intelligence about the Dark Wizard's plans, while working with the Alliance's magical scholars to develop countermeasures for the specific threats they were facing. The battle that resulted when Dumbledore finally revealed his true intentions was unlike anything in magical history, pitting two fundamentally different philosophies of magical education and child protection against each other, in a conflict that would determine the future direction of magical society. On one side stood Dumbledore and the dark wizards he had allied himself with, representing a tradition that viewed children as resources to be managed and manipulated in service of adult plans. On the other stood the Protection Alliance, committed to the principle that children deserved protection and agency, regardless of how inconvenient their welfare might be for adult ambitions. The battle was fought not just with spells and curses, but with competing visions of what magical education should accomplish. Dumbledore argued that children needed to be prepared for sacrifice in service of the greater good, while Augusta insisted that the greater good was meaningless if it required the sacrifice of innocence and childhood. Harry found himself at the center of this philosophical conflict, as both sides recognized that his unique abilities and moral authority would likely determine the outcome. Dumbledore attempted to use their shared history and Harry's respect for adult authority to convince him that cooperation with Voldemort represented a pragmatic necessity for magical society's survival. But Harry's response demonstrated how completely his understanding of power and responsibility had evolved since his rescue from the Dursleys. Harry Potter looked directly at the wizard who had once controlled every aspect of his life, and spoke with the quiet confidence that had characterized his testimony in court months earlier. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said, his young voice carrying clearly through the great hall where the confrontation was taking place. "You keep talking about the greater good, like it's something that exists outside of the people who make up our world. But I think the greater good is making sure that good people are safe and happy and able to protect the people they love. Everything else is just excuses for hurting people." The magical energy that Harry channeled as he spoke carried with it the combined strength of every person who had found safety and purpose through the Protection Alliance. Children who had learned to defend themselves, families who had discovered that cooperation was more powerful than competition, and adults who had rediscovered that their primary responsibility was to protect rather than to manipulate all, contributed their strength to magic that transformed the very atmosphere of Hogwarts. When the confrontation finally ended, it was clear that more than just a political battle had been won. The Protection Alliance had proven that alternative approaches to magical education and community organization were not just possible but superior to the traditional methods that had allowed corruption and abuse to flourish unchecked. Dumbledore's exile from Hogwarts was accompanied by investigations that revealed the full extent of his collaboration with dark wizards, including financial arrangements that had enriched both him and Voldemort at the expense of vulnerable magical families. But perhaps more importantly, his defeat opened space for new leadership that prioritized transparency, accountability, and genuine care for magical children. As autumn deepened and the Protection Alliance settled into its new role as the primary force for magical child protection in Britain, Harry reflected on how much had changed since that desperate night when he had fled the Dursleys. The frightened, powerless child who had believed he was worthless had become a leader whose decisions affected the safety and welfare of hundreds of magical families. But the transformation that mattered most was not in his magical abilities or his political influence, but in his understanding of what family meant and what responsibilities came with power. The boy who had once had no one to protect him had become someone who could protect others, and that protection extended not just to the people he knew personally, but to anyone who needed the kind of safety and support that had saved his own life. Standing in the gardens of Hogwarts on an evening when the first frost was beginning to touch the ancient trees, Harry Potter understood that his journey was still far from complete. The connection to Voldemort that pulsed steadily in his scar reminded him that greater challenges lay ahead. But he also understood that those challenges would be met by a community that had learned to value protection over power and cooperation over dominance. The war for the future of magical Britain was entering a new phase, and the Protection Alliance was ready to fight it with weapons that their enemies had never learned to use: love, trust, and the absolute commitment to ensuring that no child would ever again face the darkness alone. The ancient chamber beneath Gringotts Bank had never witnessed a gathering quite like the one that assembled on the winter solstice, as the most formidable magical minds in Europe converged to plan what would become the most systematic assault on dark magic in recorded history. The Protection Alliance's intelligence network, built around Harry's unique connection to Voldemort, had finally revealed the locations and nature of the artifacts that anchored the Dark Wizard's immortality to the mortal realm. Harry Potter, now 9 years old, but bearing the weight of responsibilities that would have challenged adults twice his age, sat at the center of the War Council that would determine the fate of magical Britain. His green eyes, which had once reflected nothing but fear and desperation, now carried a focused intensity that commanded respect from seasoned auras and international magical security experts who had traveled from across the continent to participate in this unprecedented operation. The map spread across the ancient stone table showed 7 locations scattered throughout Britain and Europe, each marked with symbols that represented not just strategic targets, but fragments of a human soul that had been torn apart in pursuit of immortality. The Horcrux hunt that was about to begin would require coordination between multiple magical governments, careful planning to minimize civilian casualties, and most critically, the kind of magical expertise that could safely destroy artifacts containing pieces of one of the most dangerous wizards in history. Augusta Longbottom stood at Harry's right side, her bearing reflecting the transformation from protective grandmother to strategic commander that had occurred over the months of building the Protection Alliance into an international force. Her silver hair was pulled back in a severe bun that emphasized the steel in her grey eyes, and her voice carried absolute authority as she addressed the assembled experts. "We are not here to debate whether this operation should proceed," she said firmly, her words echoing in the stone chamber with finality that brooked no argument. "Young Harry's visions have provided us with intelligence that represents our best and possibly only opportunity to end Voldemort's threat permanently. Our purpose today is to determine how we can accomplish this mission while ensuring the safety of everyone involved." Sirius Black, whose integration into the Alliance's leadership had brought both tactical expertise and intimate knowledge of Dark Wizard psychology, leaned forward to trace routes on the map that connected the Horcrux locations with strategic considerations that would affect their operation. The man who had spent 12 years in Azkaban had emerged from that ordeal with a grim understanding of how dark magic operated and what would be required to defeat it permanently. Voldemort's choice of hiding places tells us something important about his psychology, Sirius explained. his finger hovering over markers that represented Riddle family graves, Hogwarts itself, and locations that carried personal significance for the Dark Wizard. He's not just seeking security for these objects, he's trying to claim ownership of magical Britain's history and most sacred spaces. That gives us tactical advantages if we're smart about how we approach each target. The intelligence that Harry had gathered through his unwilling connection to Voldemort painted a picture of a dark wizard whose immortality scheme was far more complex and dangerous than anyone had previously understood. The soul fragments were not simply hidden objects, but active magical constructs that could defend themselves, influence anyone who came into contact with them, and even communicate with each other across vast distances. But perhaps most troubling was Harry's discovery that Voldemort had been using the connection between them to monitor not just Harry's location and activities, but the emotional states and magical signatures of everyone in his immediate vicinity. Every member of the Protection Alliance, every family that had sought safety at Hogwarts, every child who had learned defensive magic under Augusta's supervision was known to the Dark Wizard and potentially vulnerable to targeted attacks. This revelation had forced a complete reassessment of their operational security and had led to the development of new magical techniques for masking emotional connections and shielding magical signatures from external observation. Professor Flamel, whose centuries of experience with soul magic made her uniquely qualified to understand Horcrux defenses, had worked with Harry to develop mental shields that would allow him to gather intelligence without providing Voldemort with corresponding information about Alliance activities. The most remarkable aspect of the Horcrux hunt planning was the degree to which it incorporated Harry's voice and expertise as an equal partner, rather than simply using him as a source of intelligence. His months of experiencing Voldemort's thoughts and emotions had given him insights into the Dark Wizard's psychological vulnerabilities that proved invaluable for developing strategies that could exploit weaknesses in seemingly impregnable defenses. He's terrified of death in a way that goes beyond normal self-preservation, Harry explained during one of the planning sessions, his young voice carrying the authority of someone who had experienced those fears secondhand. Every time he thinks about the Horcruxes, there's this underneath feeling of panic that he tries to hide even from himself. I think if we can make him believe that more than one Horcrux is being threatened at the same time, he might make mistakes because he's too scared to think clearly. This psychological insight became the foundation for a multi-pronged strategy that would simultaneously target 3 different Horcrux locations, forcing Voldemort to divide his attention and resources while creating opportunities for the Alliance teams to succeed through speed and coordination rather than brute magical force. The team assignments reflected the international scope that the Protection Alliance had achieved, with magical specialists from France, Germany, and Scandinavia working alongside British Aurors and Alliance members to create units that combined complementary skills and cultural perspectives. Each team included at least one expert in curse breaking, one specialist in defensive magic, and one person whose primary responsibility was ensuring that any magical children encountered during the operations would be protected and evacuated if necessary. Harry's own role in the operation had been the subject of intense debate among the adult planners, with some arguing that his unique connection to the Horcruxes made his presence essential, while others insisted that a 9-year-old child should not be exposed to the dangers that such missions would entail. The resolution came when Harry himself proposed a solution that satisfied both sides' concerns while maximizing the strategic advantages his abilities could provide. "I think I should be with the team that goes after the locket," Harry said during the final planning session, his suggestion causing a moment of stunned silence before Augusta nodded thoughtfully. "It's the Horcrux that feels most active when I touch it through the connection, which probably means it's the one that Voldemort pays the most attention to. If I'm there when we destroy it, the shock might be enough to distract him from what the other teams are doing." The wisdom of this strategy was immediately apparent to everyone present, though the emotional cost for those who had come to love Harry was considerable. Augusta's expression reflected the internal struggle between her protective instincts and her recognition that Harry's unique abilities made him irreplaceable for this particular mission. "Very well," she said finally, her voice steady despite the emotion that flickered in her eyes. "But you will not face this alone, dear one. Neville and I will be with you, and we will ensure that whatever happens, you are protected and supported every step of the way." The weeks of preparation that followed the strategic planning sessions were unlike anything in magical history, as the Protection Alliance mobilized resources and personnel for an operation that would either end Voldemort's threat permanently or trigger a magical war that could devastate all of Europe. Training intensified to levels that pushed even the most experienced adult wizards to their limits, while Harry worked with Professor Flamel to develop techniques for surviving the psychic backlash that destroying multiple Horcruxes simultaneously would create. Perhaps the most challenging aspect of the preparation was helping Harry develop the emotional resilience that would be required to experience Voldemort's reaction to having his immortality anchors destroyed. The connection that had provided valuable intelligence would become a conduit for the Dark Wizard's rage and desperation when he realized that his carefully constructed defenses were being systematically dismantled. "You must remember, dear boy," Professor Flamel explained during one of their training sessions, "that the emotions you experience through the connection are not your own, no matter how intense they become. Voldemort's fear and anger cannot touch the core of who you are unless you allow them to do so. Your strength lies not in resisting those emotions, but in acknowledging them without being consumed by them." The practical aspects of Horcrux destruction required magical techniques that pushed the boundaries of what was considered safe or advisable in contemporary spellcasting. The objects that contained Voldemort's soul fragments were not simply magically protected, but actively malevolent, capable of influencing the thoughts and actions of anyone who came into close contact with them for extended periods. Neville's role in the mission planning had evolved far beyond what anyone might have expected from a 9-year-old wizard, regardless of his impressive magical development over the previous months. His natural affinity for plant magic had led to innovative approaches to magical defense that proved particularly effective against the kinds of dark enchantments that protected Horcrux hiding places. "I've been thinking about how plants defend themselves against things that want to hurt them," Neville explained during a strategy session where his insights proved more valuable than those of many adult experts. They don't try to fight back directly. They just make themselves too difficult or dangerous to be worth attacking. Maybe we could use similar techniques to make the Horcrux's defenses work against each other instead of trying to overcome them through force. This botanical approach to magical warfare led to the development of tactics that confused and neutralized dark magic by introducing natural magical energies that were fundamentally incompatible with the artificial constructs that Voldemort had created. When the teams finally moved into operational positions, they carried with them magical plants and natural ward anchors that could create zones of protection and healing even in the presence of the most malevolent dark artifacts. The coordination required for the simultaneous assault on multiple Horcrux locations demanded communication magic that operated at levels of sophistication rarely seen outside of international magical emergencies. Each team carried enchanted mirrors that would allow real-time coordination with the central command post that Augusta had established in the protected chambers beneath Gringotts, while Harry's connection to Voldemort provided strategic intelligence about the Dark Wizard's responses to their activities. The night chosen for the operation was the new moon of March, when natural magical energies would be at their lowest ebb, and the artificial magical constructs that protected the Horcruxes would be operating without the enhancement that lunar cycles provided to most defensive enchantments. The teams moved into position under cover of concealment charms that had been developed specifically to hide magical signatures from the kinds of detection spells that Voldemort might be using to monitor his treasures. Harry's team approached the cave where the locket Horcrux was hidden through a combination of careful planning and magical techniques that allowed them to bypass many of the deadly protections that surrounded Voldemort's hiding place. But it was Harry's ability to sense the emotional resonances within the cave that proved most valuable for navigating the psychological traps that the dark wizard had woven into his defenses. "There's something here that feeds on despair," Harry whispered, as they made their way through passages that seemed designed to crush hope and confidence. "I can feel it trying to make me remember being locked in the cupboard, but it can't really touch those memories anymore, because they're not the most important thing about me now." This insight allowed the team to protect themselves against the cave's most insidious defenses by focusing on positive memories and emotions that were stronger than anything Voldemort's limited understanding of love and family could corrupt. Augusta's presence provided an anchor of protective warmth, while Neville's quiet confidence created a buffer of natural magic that neutralized much of the artificial darkness that pervaded the cave's atmosphere. The moment when they finally reached the basin that contained the locket Horcrux was one that would be remembered by all three participants for the rest of their lives. The object itself was beautiful, in a way that made its corruption all the more disturbing, its golden surface gleaming with magical light that spoke of craftsmanship from an era when such artifacts were created for protection and blessing rather than domination and control. But the malevolence that radiated from the locket was palpable, and Harry's connection to Voldemort allowed him to sense the soul fragment within raging against the possibility of its destruction. The dark wizard's fear and fury were so intense that they threatened to overwhelm Harry's carefully constructed mental defenses, requiring constant support from Augusta and Neville to maintain his focus on the task at hand. The destruction of the locket required a combination of magical techniques that drew upon everything the Protection Alliance had learned about countering dark magic through cooperation rather than dominance. Harry's Parseltongue abilities allowed him to speak directly to the soul fragment within, not to command it, but to offer it the chance for peace that came with release from its unnatural existence. Augusta and Neville provided the magical energy that contained and channeled the destructive forces unleashed when the Horcrux finally succumbed to their assault, while Harry used his connection to Voldemort to monitor the Dark Wizard's reaction and provide intelligence to the other teams about how their own missions were proceeding. The moment when the locket finally cracked and released the soul fragment it had contained was unlike anything any of them had ever experienced. Light poured from the breaking artifact in patterns that spoke of magic returning to its natural state after years of corruption, while the psychic scream that echoed through Harry's connection to Voldemort confirmed that their mission had succeeded beyond their most optimistic hopes. The simultaneous destruction of 3 Horcruxes sent shockwaves through the magical community that were felt from the northernmost reaches of Scotland to the Mediterranean magical enclaves of southern Europe. Voldemort's rage and desperation, channeled through his connection to Harry, created magical disturbances that registered on instruments designed to monitor the deepest mysteries of magical energy manipulation. But more than the immediate tactical success, the Horcrux hunt demonstrated that the Protection Alliance had evolved into something unprecedented in magical history, a coordinated international effort that could mobilize resources and expertise to address threats that no single magical government could handle alone. The aftermath of the operation brought new challenges and opportunities that would reshape the magical world's approach to collective security and cooperative defense. Voldemort's response to the loss of his immortality anchors was swift and vicious as he launched attacks against magical communities throughout Europe in desperate attempts to reclaim the power and security that the Alliance's success had stripped away from him. But these attacks met resistance that was better prepared and more effectively coordinated than anything the Dark Wizard had encountered before. The families and communities that had trained under the Protection Alliance's guidance proved capable of defending themselves and protecting their children in ways that frustrated Voldemort's attempts to terrorize them into submission. Harry's role in the ongoing conflict had evolved beyond intelligence gathering to include active participation in the strategic planning that guided the Alliance's responses to Voldemort's increasingly desperate gambits. His understanding of the dark wizard's psychology, combined with his moral clarity about the importance of protecting innocence over pursuing vengeance, made him an invaluable voice in decisions that would determine how magical Europe emerged from this period of conflict. As spring arrived, and the magical world began to understand the full implications of what the Protection Alliance had accomplished, Harry reflected on how completely his life had changed since that desperate night when he had fled the Dursleys. The frightened, powerless child who had believed he was worthless had become a leader whose decisions influenced the safety and welfare of magical communities across an entire continent. But the transformation that mattered most was not in his magical abilities or his political influence, but in his understanding that true strength came not from the power to destroy, but from the commitment to protect. The boy who had once had no one to defend him had become someone who could defend others, and that defense extended beyond individual families to encompass the fundamental principles that made magical society worth preserving. Standing in the gardens of Hogwarts, on an evening when the first flowers of spring were beginning to bloom, Harry Potter understood that the war against Voldemort was entering its final phase. The Dark Wizard's immortality had been broken, his psychological advantages had been neutralized, and his ability to inspire fear had been replaced by a magical community that had learned to respond to threats with coordinated protection rather than panicked retreat. The battles ahead would be difficult and dangerous, but they would be fought by people who understood what they were defending, and who had learned that love and cooperation were more powerful weapons than hatred and domination. The Protection Alliance was ready for whatever challenges remained, secure in the knowledge that they faced those challenges as a united community, rather than as isolated individuals, hoping that someone else would save them.